I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man!
And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought...
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon.
And now, your mama knows.
Welcome to Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment, where everything is in real life, no characters, no filters, just Anthony L. Lewis. What to expect is me meeting people, going to different places, and checking out a bunch of different things, be it movies, restaurants, or anything else. Oh, and one of my favorite hobbies are video games, so I guess we'll be doing some of that too. Well, I'll see you all in the next video, and I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and share this to some more people so they can get in on this Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment.
And now, your mama knows.
All right. Some people say the intro's too long, so I had to cut it a little bit short. Actually, I played the wrong intro, but I was supposed to play that one from the beginning. But anyway, guys, today is going to be epic. We got a special guest in the house. He's getting some attraction and some steam and some traction on his channel, and so I think this would be a good time that some of you guys that may not know who he is, hey, we'll put a spotlight on his channel and do an interview. It won't be a super long interview, but we'll get to learn who is the man, the myth, the legend, who is behind Casper. So I think it's pretty cool. You guys know Jersey, aka Chill Gaming. So he's a friend of his, so that's pretty cool. And a friend of Jers is a friend of mine. But a couple things for the channel. Channel update. So I was trying very hard to put out my birthday video yesterday, because my birthday was Sunday, and I try to do daily vlog. I do daily vlogs every single day since I moved to Florida, right? I put out one video every single day. So as I was trying really hard to get out that video, I was like, you know what? I think I'll pull back a little bit because I was rushing. And on top of that, I've created almost every video I've recorded. I actually was up to date, and the other day I recorded a couple videos, a bike ride, and I think I went to eat somewhere, right? So I don't want to just put out videos just to put out a video. I want to put out a video that I felt at this moment in time I wanted to pull out the camera and record. So I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to pull back from daily videos. I know a while ago I did a poll and asked you guys how often you think I should upload videos, and I think twice a week had the most, but then I felt like I had so many videos that if I did it twice a week, it'd take me forever to put out my videos. Well, now I'm caught up with all my videos. I think, I won't say twice a week, but I'm just going to put out a video when I feel it's appropriate to put out a video. So that's the first thing. Number two on the channel update is after this show later on, I've always did the Monster Hunter streams. I've been doing that for about 6 weeks straight, and I'm having a lot of fun, enjoying it, love the game. Definitely in a runner-up for one of my games of the year, but I know my guy Goon Squad been asking me forever to play Helldivers 2 with him, right? And I don't have as much time as I used to, so Tuesday night would be perfect. But I don't just want to play Helldivers 2 because I'm not the biggest fan of the game. I think it's fun, but whenever I'm not, it's fun when I'm playing it. I enjoy it. But when I'm not playing it, I'm kind of like, I don't really care about this game. So I figure. And also Fortnite is heating up. They got some cool stuff in Fortnite. So I figure, why don't I just stop doing only Monster Hunter, right? And every week I could just do a different, it could be a multiplayer game, so I'm playing with the community. Maybe that day I just want to do a single player game like Prototype. But at the end of the day, I'm going to take off it being only Monster Hunter. I think those are the two big announcements for the channel. So with that being said, if you're new to the channel, I used to say I do a daily vlog, but now I do vlogs. I do live streams. So on Tuesday, you can catch this show, Keeping It Real with the Cowboy. We pretty much go over all type of topics, a lot of gaming. But what makes this show special is I welcome people to debate one another. So if you hear a topic and you feel like I disagree, hey, let me know and I'll spotlight your comment and you'll get to debate that person or make it a rebuttal, but we'll spotlight it so it's not just you in the comments talking. I'll see you in the comments like, you know what? We need to read your comments and let somebody respond. Also, the people on the panel, you're able to debate each other. And if you're in the comments, you want to be on the panel, you can be on the panel. This stream is very interactive, and that's what makes it a little bit different. So yesterday, I did a WWE prediction stream, WrestleMania 41 prediction stream. So next week, Monday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, I'll do another one, but it'll be, the Fallout stream or, WWE WrestleMania 41 recap stream. Thursdays, my wife and I last week did the adult show. and it was a lot of fun. So we used to do that before. We took a long break. We're not going to consistently do it. The only thing that consistently stay is the Tuesday show and we wrestle Wednesdays, which is my Wednesday wrestling league. So on Thursday, we'll be back again at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Again, it's only for adults, 18 plus content. We got adult jokes, play adult games. It's raunchy, it's funny, but I don't want YouTube trying to flag me. So I put it as adult only. So if any kids are watching it, don't put that on me. And other than that, I'll be doing random stuff around the clock. And then tonight there won't be a stream because my son and I have been playing Split Fiction. I beat it with my wife, streamed the whole game from beginning to end. But my son and I has been playing it, and I want to take today to try to beat it because I want to send it back so GameFly will get ready to send me Expedition 33, which I think comes out on the 24th. So they said that I need to return it by the 17th, which is Thursday. I got up to the 17th to the 24th, to the 22nd. Anyway, with that being said, guys, we got a lot going on. I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you grab a chair, and we're going to get right into this. I'm going to pull my man Casper up. But before I do that, I'm going to get to the chat, see what you guys are talking about, and then we will start the show, bring on the guests. And once he's done, then we'll actually, here, let me fix my camera. Once Casper's done, he can stay around if he wants, or he can go, and then we will have the regular show. You guys will come on. We'll start to pull up all the topics, and we'll get into this thing. So, with that being said, you actually gonna join? All right, Devil. Sounds good. Devil's somebody in the comments. I told him, I said, come on the show, and we could debate. So that's kind of cool. All right. So with that being said, without further ado, hold up one thing. No, I think I'm ready. So guys, let me just pull up my guy Casper. He's pretty cool. I'm gonna put the link to his channel. I welcome you guys to definitely check out his channel. I think he's different than a lot of people we watch. His thing is humor. He's funny. He's just laid back, super chill, and I think that's really cool about him. And so I think you guys should definitely check him out. But here is his channel. Make sure you check him out. I actually even pin his channel until we're done the show, and then I replace it with the link that you guys could check out. If pinning his channel will just decide to work, that would be nice. All right, hold on. YouTube, man. All right, there we go. All right, got it to work. All right, so with that being said, guys, hold up. Let me do this too. Let me do a goal real quick. We'll do one super chat, $2 super chat, because I would like to get a McDonald's pie. So I'm just saying, you guys want to donate so I can get a McDonald's apple pie? Yeah, I know. I just do dumb stuff because what I was saying before, I don't like when content creators try to be like, oh, I'm gonna buy more equipment to make the show better. And I'm like, man, don't say that because now you have to stick to it. Be real. You buying whatever the hell you want with that money. Let's be real. I'm just saying. So with that being said, turn up my volume. We're going to bring in none other than CazperPlays. Here he is. Give it up. Let's go. What's up, man?
What's good? How you doing, brother?
Brother, I am doing good. Just came from a bike ride, as I was telling you, with my wife. So that was cool. And yeah, man, I was actually raking up some leaves. And I was like, my wife was like, don't you got something to do? I was like, all right, let me get in there. So here we are. But it's not about me. It's about you. So thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
No, thank you for the invite, brother. Like I told you on the comments, and I told you personally, this is a huge honor. Never really saw myself as an interviewee type of person. I really don't like spotlights. I'm a very outgoing person, but when it comes to about me, I really don't like spotlights. I'd rather other people get the shine instead of me, I'll be honest.
No,
So
I
this
listen.
honestly, this is a huge honor. I'm like getting jittery. I feel like a little kid in a candy store. Like, okay, what do I do? I even asked you. I'm like, what type of questions are you gonna ask me? Because I don't
I
want
know.
to
I was
get
like, this guy
awkward. I
trying to
mean,
find out the questions, man. Just let it ride. But no, I think it's cool, man. I think you're a pretty cool dude, and Jersey's a cool dude. He's him and I have been friends for a very long time. We also was arch enemies for a bit of time, and what's cool with him and I, we use our creativity to throw jabs at each other. So like,
yeah.
we both are content creators. We like editing, so we come up with catchy little videos, and we both give each other credit. Like, bro, you were funny. That was cool. And that we've always had a good, not like non-toxic, right? Even when we was like on opposite sides, we was never toxic. So I feel like, yeah, he had his moments where he had beef with other people and stuff. But when you came in the scene, I was just like, I try to take people as like, look, just how I'm meeting them from the door. And I don't really have any enemies. I always like to say that. I don't have a problem with nobody. There's some people who don't like me. I still like them. Damn it, I'm gonna out love you. So I just thought you was a cool dude. Your personality, just like, bro, you just like to laugh and just live. You know what I mean? And so I think that's the cool side of you. So I would just personally, as I was getting to know you, and seeing that you had your channel and just seeing the games you playing on your channel, like you was playing that one game. What is that game called? Where like it's like a first person, but you're kind of running around. You guys like cracking up. Like I was just laughing because you was laughing. Like I don't even know what y'all playing, but
Oh, I think you mean the headliner one,
yeah, like
or which one? Because
yeah,
I'm
you're like
thinking,
I guess you just see your character hand. You see
oh
your
yeah,
character hand.
that's the headliners. Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
yeah, that game was hilarious. It kind of sucks that we didn't do more with it, but
yeah.
people have lives, so that Jersey and I, we understood like we're not gonna push people like content,
Right.
content, content. No, we're like, okay, we did one video. I think that's good enough. If they ever want to make another one, power to them. If not,
Gotcha.
all right.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Sometimes stuff do like how do I say it? I guess overstay its welcome. Like you'll have something and you like my Monster Hunter, right? I've been playing Monster Hunter every Tuesday since the game came out. And it's an easy game to jump in and just have fun. But I want to do other stuff and I don't have as much time as I used to. So it's like I rather use this time to kind of throw in something else. And I'm trying to pull something up real quick,
Yeah.
being sneaky. Something caught my mind. I was like, "Oh, you know what I'm about to put on, Casper?" Well, he don't know. But go ahead, because I'm trying to find something. I got some questions for you, but I also it just made me think of something. So hold on real quick, because I
While you're doing that, while I was watching your show, it was kind of funny that there was a segment where you guys had that "I'm not gay" for $20 is $20. It's so funny because my older brother actually bought me that shirt when I was in high school.
did he.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh my God, that brought so many memories. Cause I remember once I brought it to school, I was a junior. And then I made all of the teachers laugh. They're like, I remember one teacher I was really cool with. He was a history teacher. He's like, well, I don't have $20, but do you take a five? I'm like, take it serious. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
honestly, man, I'm one of those people where I think listen, if you can make fun of yourself, then you honestly you can't nobody really could get to you. You know, like yes, you're human. Yes, some people are gonna annoy you, but if you can if you're able to make fun of yourself, then sky's the limit, you know?
yeah, it's like I remember I saw a video of a comedian where it's like, there's nothing that you can hurt me that I haven't said to myself like 6 inches from the mirror. So
Correct. All right, so I found what I was looking for. The only issue is I'm trying to find how do I okay, this probably isn't gonna work. Hold on, let me see if I got it some other way. I wanted to spring something on you that just hit me. Hmm. All right, I might not be able to put it on screen,
mhm.
but I still can read it. I think it's more fun though. If I could put it on screen. Let me see. Just hold on. So, oh man, I knew I had it says PDF, so I don't understand why. Here, let me copy it and let me put it in the chat. Wait, hold on. So anyway, let me ask you this. While I'm trying to figure this out. So, we're talking about gaming. So my question for you, my first question for you is, dude, where did gaming start for you?
Oh, it started when I was a wee old lad. Okay, I'm not going back then. It actually really started when I was like 7, 6 years old when my father
Okay.
bought myself and my older brother a GameCube. He bought us the Mario 64, the Super Mario 64 one, not the go kart,
Mhm.
not the Mario Kart one. And honestly, that was the very first game that I ever played. Then after that, he bought us the Game Boy Advance. I played a lot of Digimon. I played a lot of Pokemon. Of course, Mario, Donkey Kong, so on and so forth. But
So okay, so now I'm curious. Do you do you play Nintendo at all?
I
Like, cause
actually
you
do.
that
I
wow.
do. Because I remember when Jersey went on his little Nintendo hiatus when he told us. I actually went with him and I started playing um, some of my unfinished Mario games that I did, which is Galaxy. Never played it. Never had the opportunity to own it when I was younger. So the fact that I was able to finish and play it actually felt good. So I beat
That's cool.
that while I while he was on a little hiatus as well. I also play a lot of Luigi's Mansion. That's why it's in my little intro sometimes. But
Ah.
yeah,
All right, I found what I was looking for. So this is cool. Man, that's dude. Your first game was Mario Kart,
no, the Mario 64, the
Mario
Super Mario
64.
64.
So here's what's cool. Mario 64 was always a big deal for me. I remember I was working at Sears when it came out, and the Nintendo 64 was such a big deal. And I remember selling that. And here's the crazy thing: I put one to the side for myself. Wasn't supposed to, but I was like, I gotta have this, you know. So I put one to the side, bought it myself, and Mario 64 blew me away, man. I just feel like in gaming, that was like really like you go from Mario 1, 2, 3, like Super Mario, and then you go to Mario 64, like 3D, turning, running all around. It definitely was definitely a game changer. And
Oh
I
yeah,
felt that was really cool for Nintendo, man. That was a great moment for Nintendo.
and I still think it is because there's no game like it. Because even if the same games now have the same concept, it
Right.
still has the roots of what they used to be, which
Yeah,
is delicious.
so think about it. Last year, Game of the Year, Astrobot won. And the
Mhm.
developers literally said, we give so much credit to Nintendo. Like, I think they didn't say Nintendo, but they
Yeah,
pretty much alluded to Nintendo. And
yeah,
it was like, and so I didn't play the game at the time. I was like, Astrobot. So when it won Game of the Year, I usually like to at least try the game that's the Game of the Year. So when it won
same.
Game of the Year, I was like, okay, now I want to check this game out. So I played and beat it maybe last month, and I was like, man, this does remind me of Mario 64. Like it has that
Yeah.
feeling. Like they definitely, I love that they gave credit to create credit to it. But
Mhm.
yeah, it definitely had that feeling. So like you said, games may feel similar, but you know where it came from.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much. And then
that's
with what you said with Astrobot, I was the same way because I was a big, massive Wukong like fanatic. I played it
okay.
from start to finish. I played it and everything. When I saw the Astrobot one, I'm like, what the hell is this? Especially since it was free on the PS4. So I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, $60. It's a little steep for a game that used to be free. But once I played, I'm like, okay, I see why it won.
Yeah.
It was
I,
actually really
I
good.
So one thing I was saying was I thought what was really cool with the Astros Playroom, I guess the first one was called,
Hmm.
was it felt it it took so much advantage of the I keep saying 6-axis, so I gotta get out of the PlayStation 3 era. It took so much advantage of the DualSense controller. I was like, man, if they could make a legit game, because it was just a demo, if they could make a legit game that plays on all those senses, that would be cool. And Astrobot was that. So yeah, I don't think Astrobot to me was game of the year quality, but now I had to step myself down because I'm like, you know what they're doing? They're trying to show us game of the year doesn't have to be the third person story driven game. Game of the year could be Astrobot. Game of the year could be It Takes Two. Like Stray was nominated. So I think they're shaking things up in the gaming world. But I will say, I think because gaming probably haven't been as good as it was before, I feel like not as a whole. I just feel like, you know how you had them years where it was like banger after banger after banger. I feel like we've been having these years where not many bangers, then a banger, not many bangers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
So Maker Chaos is in the building. What's up, Maker? And Jers is in the building. Treacherous 5.0 is game of the year. Man, I used to love
what's up, Chill Gaming? What's up,
Yeah,
Jersey?
Oh, and David. How did I miss David? Wilson was in the building. All right. So I want to do this. I want to ask you to pick a number between 1 and 217.
That is such an awkward number for sure.
It really is. What's going on,
Lion? Screw it, 99.
All right, so guys, how do we get to know Casper? How do we get to know the man behind the ghost? Well, this is how. We just randomly ask him random questions and see what he say. Oh, the Lion said, he said, Cowboy, you game flying. No, you know what? I didn't actually play the demo of that, and I didn't like it that much. So I'm one of these weird people where I always want one thing to do it all, right? So when I heard that game was going to be cool, graphics look cool. You know what I'm talking about, Casper? Because how do you say it? Kazan. I think it's an H in there. I think it's Khazan.
I think so.
And so it's based off of the Sword of the Berserker, right? And I watched the anime back in the day when it first came out, right? So I'm familiar with it. Yeah, so I played the demo and I was like, you know what? It's cool. It's Souls-ish, kind of, sort of. I was like, but personally, I would just rather play God of War. So I literally turned it off and turned on God of War and played God of War for about an hour. So for me, just demo enough made me say I don't even want to game fly it. But I think it's going to be a great game. It's just not for me. Oh, damn. Are done already? Wow. All right, guys. My wife has brought dinner. So a hamburger and a hot dog with some chips. All right.
I'm hungry.
And a root beer. Don't worry. We're going to get through the show. So anyway, guys, this is what I got for Casper. What he didn't know was I'm going to bring up one of my favorite things, man. The Book of Questions. Now, Casper, have you ever heard of the Book of Questions?
I've heard of 21 questions, not the Book of Questions.
All right. Well, this is not 21 questions. This is a book with 217 hypothetical questions, all crazy type of questions. Some are boring. So we're just going to see which one we get. So we're going to go to 99 as you picked. And number 99 says, you are driving late at night in a safe but deserted neighborhood when a dog suddenly darts in front of your car. Though you slam on the brakes, you hit the animal. Would you stop to see how injured the animal was? If you did so and found that the dog was dead but had a name tag, would you contact the owner? So first things first, if you were driving down a road, dark, deserted, hit an animal, Casper, would you get out the car to check on the animal?
It's a safe area, right?
Safe area. It's a safe area. Sandy, could you get my cup? My cup? Thank you. So safe area. The question is, and would you get out the car? You know?
Honestly, as ironic as it is, I always, whenever I see like an animal cross by in front of me, I always make sure I did not run over the animal. So I would say I would check if it's okay. I'll be honest.
Okay. Now, the two-part question. If you did check on the animal and you did find out that the animal was dead, but it had a name tag, would you contact the owner to tell him you killed their dog?
I believe I would. Probably not call. I'll probably send a text and then try to see if I'm close enough to their house and then leave
Yeah.
said animal's corpse in front of the door. At least so that way that way they don't try to find and look for it and stuff.
I got you. That would have sucked. It's like, damn, my animal just disappeared. Where is he? So you know what? I've been listening. That's commendable, man. Now, guys, if you're just tuning in, we have a special guest, Casper. I'm interviewing him. Just some simple stuff, seeing how did he get into gaming and stuff. And so if you missed the beginning of the show, just rewind it a little bit. But I threw him a curveball. Want to ask him some hypothetical questions just to kind of see if we could learn who the man behind the ghost is. So, but we'll come back to this, Casper. Don't you worry. That's not the end of the book of questions. Now,
number 102 was actually kind of interesting.
Oh, you want me? Yeah. Okay, I didn't know you. Which one? 102?
Yeah.
Okay, so 102 is how close and warm is your family? Do you feel your childhood was happier than most other people's? You talking about this one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
I'm very curious. So I always see through. That's why yesterday I was always answering ahead, and then I know energy was kind of like chill, bro. But I'm like, that's just who I am. I'm sorry.
That's cool, man. Yeah, that was cool that you popped in, and I appreciate you popping in the show. Yesterday we did the WrestleMania 41 prediction show, and next week on 5:30 p.m. Eastern on Monday, we're gonna come back and do WrestleMania 41 recap. So anybody's invited, and you guys could join. So let me before you answer that question, let me just get to the chat. I always try to not let it run too far away from me. Let me see. He said you couldn't cut it, Cowboy. Damn. No, you know what? It was cool, but every time I was playing it and swinging, and I just felt like for me, hack and slash or whatever you want to call it, any game where you attack enemies in third person, for me, I feel God of War. Ragnarok is the most optimal game. Now, mind you, I just like violence. So, I mean, you grab like enemies and rip them. Like God of War is just like, the different weapons he got. He could throw one weapon and make it come back and catch it. He got the blades of chaos. Like he got the spear. You throw it in the air and all these spears come down. Remind you of 300. So for me, when I was playing that game, I was like, dude, I would just rather play God of War. So, not that I couldn't cut it, but also I'm not a big fan of the Souls games either. So I don't want to sit there and, suck too bad and be like, yo, this game is driving me crazy. So I leave that up to the elite gamers, So it's not based on the Berserker. It's based on the character from online multiplayer. So it's based on the main bad guy from the Sword of Berserker. That's pretty much his story. Let me see. So Dungeon Fighter is what the game is based on. What's up, Michael? I call you Cowboy. So Casper, let's answer this question, man.
What's up?
102.
All right. I would say my family has always been very close to me.
Okay.
Mainly my parents, because when I told, especially my mom, because she's by far I feel like my rock for everything. So when I told her, hey, I'm getting some traction in YouTube. What do you think? She's like, the first thing, which is funny, she's like, do you get paid? I'm like, eventually I would. She's like, what do you need to get paid? I'm like, well, I need X amount of subs and then X amount of views. Do you like it? I mean, yeah, I like entertaining people. She's like, go for it then. I mean, you have my support. You have my everything. So go for it. If you really want to do it, go for it. I'm like, my family has always been close. Funny thing is, in every intro that I have or any video, if there's a music, my older brother is the one that makes it. So everything I try to implement my family into it. And like I told my little brother once, I remember he's like, how come you haven't put me or something like that? I'm like, when you do something interesting, I'll put you. And he's like, hey, but it's true. But I told him if I ever do like a workout video or anything like that, of course I would, because he's a very massive person when it comes to working out and
Mhm.
stuff. So so yeah, I mean, family. I'm very family oriented. That's why I. The funny thing is, when I was doing my live today, there was
Mhm.
one person in the comment. He's like, "Will you ever leave America?" I'm like, "I would, but I'm very family oriented. Where I don't see myself far from my family. So I'm like,
Got you.
I feel like I wouldn't." And then
So it's
there you go.
this has a really cool question to ask something like that. I almost remember. I think it might be number three. But anyway, maybe we could get to that. But here's a good time to ask you. So I'm glad you went in that direction. My question for you is, you kind of alluded to it, but I kind of want to know what made you decide to get into content creation. Like, was it kind of like, 'cause you was already kind of like, doing stuff with Jers. So what was
Yeah.
like the inception that made you say, you know what, I want to do this for myself?
I mean, like I said, I always liked entertaining people, whether that be face to face or through text or whatever. It actually started with one of my uncles, because
Mhm.
a point of view where he's like, because I used to play a lot of COD with him. He's like, "Man, you're good. You should make this a living." But in the beginning, I'm like, just like you, it's COD. I rather
Yeah.
leave it to the professionals, those who could do like 360 no scopes, this and that. So I never really saw myself doing it like that.
Mhm.
But then over time and time, I met Jersey. He became like a mentor to me. He's like I texted him before. He's like, "Yo, I'm gonna be in Cowboys. Mention that I'm your mentor." I'm like, technically you are. So but that's besides the point. I remember when I met him, he's like, "Yo, you're funny as hell, bro." I'm like, "What makes me funny?" Because I always wondered. I'm like, "What makes me funny?" He's like, "I don't know. You could tell." Like, he's like, "I'll be honest with you. I can tell you have ADHD. Your attention span is from 0 to 10 whenever you feel like it." Because
Like
and it's
squirrel.
true. Yeah, exactly. No, because I don't know. I know him and I always mention it. Him and I used to work together,
Mhm.
like 3 years ago, and I was the one mainly driving. And then I kid you not, there were so many times where I'm driving and driving, and then I don't know. I told him, "Oh look, that's a cool dog, bro. You're driving." He tells me, "Oh crap, sorry, forgot." But yeah, it's just funny. But what mainly drove me is making people laugh. I like entertaining people, whether I'm good at the game or I'm very horrible at the game. As long as I can make people laugh through it, I really don't care.
I think for me, what I noticed with you is you're very carefree. One of the greatest qualities I think is when you just could be yourself, and that lends to being carefree. You don't really worry about who's watching, who's around you, who's thinking about what you're doing. When I watch your streams and your clips, I'm like, dude, this guy sounds like he's just having a ball, and he doesn't even care. Like, you're not worrying about like, oh, I wonder what people think about me. You're just literally into that game, enjoying yourself. And like, I was laughing because you was laughing.
Yeah. No,
That's what I think is
the funny thing is, like, you say that's a good trait, but I learned the hard way. Because I
right,
remember in high school, I was very on my physical appearance, where I really cared what people thought
right.
when I was in high school. And especially men, you and I are both men. Like, when we go through struggles, usually they're like, "Man up, why you crying? Why you think?" This and that.
Yep.
So it got to a point where I'm like, they're kind of true. Why should I care? No one's gonna care either way. Everyone's just gonna be like, suck it up, bro. Don't be a buttercup. Come on. You're a man. Be a man. So
Yep.
it got to a point where I'm like, they're actually kind of true. I should really not care what people say and just be myself. If they like it, they like it. If they don't, sucks. Pretty much.
Yep.
And it's something that I really tell everyone, especially like my little brother, because like I said, he's very into the gym, because he was very chubby when he was younger. Now he's like jacked, he's fit, he's in the best shape of his life. And then every time he's like, am I fat? Just to mess with him. I'm like, yeah, you're fat. You're fat as hell. And he's like, for real? I'm like, no, bro, relax.
That's funny.
But yeah.
So before I get into the next question, let's jump into the book of questions again. So give me what's going on, Jenna Hayes. Welcome guys to Casper. If you're popping in, doing a quick interview with him, and so you guys can get to know the man behind the ghost. And he's a cool dude. I linked his channel, so make sure you click on the channel, go check him out. And he's just gaining some traction. I thought this would be a perfect time to have him come on, and we just learn a little bit about him. So I got another question for you, but what I want is you to pick another number between 1 and 217. We'll go to that, and then I want to ask you another question.
I already saw 110.
Okay, so 110. Oh man, I gotta pull this off. You're cheating now. You're cheating. All right. So if you were having difficulty on an important test and could safely cheat by looking at someone else's paper, would you do so?
Yes. Did it. I'll be honest, like 110% honest.
Right.
I did it throughout sophomore, junior, and a little bit of 8th grade. Never got caught, by the way. So, not saying, please, if there's kids here, don't cheat, please.
Hey.
Pass or fail at your own accord. But I did it. I'll be honest. Especially because I am the type of person where I could study and study and study and
Right.
study. But when it comes to a test in front of me, paper, pencil in hand, and the teacher's like, you got an hour, my brain turns off and anxiety kicks. So I'm like, oh shoot. I remember there was even one time I'm like, name. Damn, what's my name? How do you spell it? Damn. So I'm like, it got to that point where I'm like, damn. But it stopped in junior year because I told the teacher, he's like, do you have headphones? I'm like, yeah, of course. How about you take a test with headphones? But obviously don't put it really high because I still want you to hear me. And then honestly, that was the best decision he ever did. And I still thanked him for it because I was able to pass because it was a test where it was pretty much a life or death situation. Not exactly because I'm exaggerating, but it was like if I failed it, I failed the class, obviously.
Right.
So after that, I told him thank you for the opportunity to hear music because I actually was able to calm me down.
So you was pretty much like taking the test, but listening to some music in your head.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. What are you able to tell us what you were listening to?
During that moment, during that era, I was a very big rock person.
Okay.
So like during that time, what the hell was
So you know what? In my head, my favorite band. All I could think if I was you taking the test, I'm listening to "Wake Me Up Inside." I love Evanescence. Love Evanescence. So it's funny.
no, that's a nice song, but no, during that point in life, I was very keen on rock. So any rock band from that era, I was listening to it. But yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. So all right, so here's a question I got for you, man.
What's up? Shoot.
I want to know. Well, first, 2 questions. I want to know what came up with Casper. If you could give us that, and I also want to know, is that your gamer tag?
The funny thing, because my mother actually asked me this as well.
Okay.
Casper came along where, kind of sound a little sad, but came along where I was always under my older brother's shadow.
Okay.
To where, oh, you're so and so's brother, right? You're his younger brother, right? So I felt like the little outsider, where the little ghosted child. We're like, oh, you're this person's child. Oh, you're this person's brother. Oh, you're this person's nephew. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not here. I'm like a ghost, I guess. And then when I was young, I was very big on Casper the Friendly Ghost.
Okay.
When I was younger, it was a very big movie for me. Every time I got the chance to see it, I watched it. So it got to a point where I'm like, let me twist it then. Let me put a Z on it. And then ever since, I believe, sophomore year, it has always been my name. So every Kahoot, you saw Casper. They're like, what the hell is Casper? Oh, the friendly ghost. Yes, I've gotten that little joke every single time. So yeah, that's where pretty much Casper came from. I added the Z so I could look cool pretty much when I was younger.
Oh, yeah. I was telling my wife earlier, she's like, so what's the show about? I was like, oh, I'm going to interview this guy, and it's Casper, and I was explaining how you spell it. She's like, oh, wow. Now the question is it your gamer tag?
Yes, pretty much it is.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah. I've been Casper all my life in COD pretty much. So is pretty much my gamer tag at this point.
Yeah, because a lot of content creators use they'll use their gamer tag, Like my gamer tag on everything is all purpose champ. So I'm all purpose champ on anything I was ever on. But that's cool. Yeah, I was curious. I was like, man, I need to know. I gotta ask this. All right, so here we go. So cool thing is everybody else isn't on here, so we're not gonna get into console war. But what is your primary or favorite gaming currently? Gaming device. Like, are you do you consider yourself a PC guy? Consider yourself a console guy, a handheld guy, a cloud guy? Like, what are we talking here? Mobile guy?
Honestly, I'm a little bit of everything because currently I'm playing PC. Earlier today, I was playing South of Midnight. That's Xbox. And then on the side, I'd be playing on my PlayStation. Actually, I haven't even touched my PlayStation in like 2 months. But I still play on my PlayStation. Like you mentioned, I have my Nintendo Switch. When in the night, while I'm waiting for my lady to FaceTime me, since I still don't live with her, because I'm Hispanic, you leave your parents' house until you're married. I hate it, but still. But
my 3 older kids, their mom is Puerto Rican, so
yeah, so you know the deal. Like, no te vas de la casa unless you married a woman, and then she passed the vibe check with the mother.
So here's what's crazy. I got married. Your same situation you're talking about. I got married when I was 18 years old because my kid's mom was going to move to Delaware. And so when I was young without a car, Delaware is like across the world. So her mom was like, the only way she can move in with you is if you get married. So I married her and she moved in with me in my grandma's house. And then, a couple years later, we started having kids. So I know exactly what you're saying, bro, because that was my life.
But yeah. No, yeah. So yeah, in the night I play my Nintendo. I've been playing Ocarina in Time. Almost done with it, so I'm happy with it. But yeah, I'm pretty much everything. I don't specify to one single console, especially today.
All right, Casper. All right, so now I gotta pull it out of you. You're the nice guy, we get it. But if the gun was to your head and you had to choose a platform for the next 30 days, you could only play this platform. Which are you choosing?
Nintendo. Especially since both, I don't care, both PlayStation and Xbox have been a little stale. At least with Nintendo, I could go back in time pretty much and play classic Nintendo games that I grew up with.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You said you play on PC and Xbox, but why you're not playing South of Midnight on PC?
No, yeah, it's on my PC. I'm on Game Pass. I just mentioned since it's a Xbox exclusive, I think.
Okay, got you. Because I feel like you're still playing on PC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm playing it on Game Pass.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna need somebody in the chat. We got some people watching, guys. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you go check out Casper's channel. He's a funny dude. I'm telling you. You could just randomly say, you know what? I'm just gonna turn to his channel because I know he's gonna make me laugh. Check him out. Subscribe to his channel, man. Show him some love. He's just getting started. He's revving up. Like, bro, didn't you have like you were like, I'm 3 people away from 100. And when I looked at that, you were at 115. I was like, oh wow, okay, you already hit it. I swear, like maybe an hour or so, the same day you was at like 200. Or am I going?
No, yeah, no, you're correct. You're correct. Yeah, I was like in 200. No, so the next day I was in 200.
Yeah, people are showing you love, and I feel like this is the perfect time for you guys to jump on in, show the man some love. So let me go to the chat real quick. Now, I will say this. Casper also said you guys can ask him questions. So I won't keep him on here too much longer, but you guys can also, because I know the people who are coming here to debate and all that, they're like, yo, what the hell, bro? Hey, this is Casper moment. Y'all hold up. And if y'all got a problem with that, I just want to say one thing, all right? I'm just saying, don't get mad on me. But if you got a problem with Casper being interviewed right now,
Man the fuck up.
hey, listen, I ain't say it. Chucky said it, all right? Don't blame me, all right? Now, let me go to the chat real quick.
That's funny.
Let me see. Game's over in the building. Sega Dreamcast. The Dreamcast was dope, man, for what it was. All right, so I need one of you guys in the chat to give me a number between 1 and 217. Because Casper's been cheating, and we can't have that. So I need a legit good, anybody give me 1 from 217. Pick any number. So you got into Nintendo 64.
Yes.
At that point, you pretty much were just playing anything. Once you got out, was you ever in the Sega?
Sega, yes. I was very big on Sonic, especially the
Okay.
Sonic snowboarding one, I think it was. I was very big on that one when I was younger.
Okay.
I was big on Mega Man. Mega Man, not Mega Man.
Mega Man, yeah.
I was big on Mega Man. I played, I believe, 1, 3, and I think 4, maybe.
Okay.
I don't remember. But yeah.
So let me ask you this. And we got number 93, so we're going to read it. What's your favorite genre of games?
Ooh. I say action. Whatever that makes my fingers go fast. I would say action.
Now, let me ask you this. So when I bring up action, right? I prefer hacking. I prefer melee than gun shooting. So what about you? What's your preference? Would you rather play a game where you got swords, weapons, you punching, kicking, or would you prefer a game where you got, you got guns in your hand, shooting, and
I'm actually both. So I would do anything with a melee, and I would do anything with a gun. So as long as I'm having fun and it's catching my attention, I would do it. I don't care.
So a game that has both would be great for you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So let me go to number, and thanks for games over. He gave number 93. So number 93 is while in the government, you discover the president is committing extortions and other serious crimes. By exposing the situation, you might bring about the president's downfall, but your career would be destroyed because you would be framed, fired, and publicly humiliated on the other matters. Knowing you would be vindicated 5 years later, would you blow the whistle?
Like I would expose him and stuff.
So you would expose him, but it would you would expose him. He would be taken down, right, from all the bad stuff he's doing, but they would frame you as if you had something to do with it. So for 5 years, the whole world will be thinking you're a criminal. You're just as bad as the person you pretty much got took down. Now, but 5 years later, you'll. So they just want to know: would you go through, all of that heartache for 5 years, but you would still stop the president from all the bad stuff he's doing?
But I'm still fired and framed and all of that, right?
Huh?
And I would still be framed, fired, and publicly humiliated for that.
Well, because 5 years later, they'll find out that wasn't true. So the question is, would you go through the 5 years, but to at least blow the whistle on somebody who's not doing the right thing for the country?
I would say I would pull out my New York card and be like, I see nothing. I say nothing. Pretty much. I would say I'm good. I am not gonna say anything. I'd rather let everything, as long as it's not affecting me, I'm all right.
Right. No, I get it because no, you know what? I think I grew up. Well, what state are you living in anyway? If that's okay for me to ask.
Jersey.
All right, so you're in. All right, cool. So we come from the same place.
Yes.
We kind of mind our business, bro. In Jersey, being nosy is a bad thing. Like
Yep.
we kind of like, bro, if that don't got nothing to do with me, hey. So I feel like sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes that's a bad thing. But yeah, I'm like you. Kind of like if it's not personally affecting me, I kind of don't care what y'all doing over there.
Pretty much. It's like curiosity killed the cat. I don't want to be the cat. Pretty much.
Um, Games Over said you didn't play Sonic Part 2?
No, because when I was growing up, pretty much I wasn't very fortunate to be able to own any single game, every single
Okay.
game growing up. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of bangers or a lot of legendary games I never really got to play because I was in a family where you choose one game a month.
Right.
If I was lucky, most likely one game a month, pretty much.
Yeah, I remember that when I was younger, man. What got me so into gaming when I was younger, my mom didn't buy that many games, so we would go around the corner to my friend's house, and his parents always bought him everything, and I was like, when I get older and get a job, I'm gonna get everything I want. When I got a job, everybody came to my apartment. They was like, "Yo, we going to Aunt's house," because I had everything. All right, so one last question. So I want Jers. Jers, can you pick a question for Casper to answer between 1 to 217? Please give us a question. This will be the last one, the last of the book of questions I'll ask him.
Say a number. I know you're older and typing is very hard for you, Jersey.
But Jersey said facts about the yeah, man. We can mind our business, man. You from Jersey? Yeah. Bro, I remember growing up and it was this lady, older lady in our street, and she would open up the blinds and look at everything. It was like, bro, like, yo, being nosy is not cool. Like, so when they start doing the whole Karen thing, I was like, bro, me and my people is farthest thing for Karens. We're just, y'all be out there killing yourselves because we'll be like, hey, oh, Jersey said 11.
No, but this is the funny thing when you said about the whole blinds. I'm Hispanic. Hispanic, especially the women, are very curious. So I bet you that lady that you said with the blinds, I bet you that she was Hispanic. She's like, "What's going on? ¿Qué está pasando? Oh, someone's screaming. Oh, I heard shouting. What's going on? What's going on? Let me sweep the street like something's happening."
Right. Yeah, but I think the thing is though, what I'm saying is right from Jersey, like maybe you might look down the street and see what's going on, but we didn't get involved. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like you see some people doing some crazy stuff. You're like, I'm not the one to go out there and be like, hey guys, stop what you're doing. I'm about to call the cops. I'm more looking like,
yeah,
ain't got nothing to do with me. Now it might not be a good thing, but all right. So Jersey said number 11. So Casper, we're going to 11. I know everybody want to get the regular show started. So 11 is you are given the power to kill people simply by thinking of their deaths and twice repeating the word goodbye people. Sorry, twice repeating the word goodbye. People would die a natural death, and no one would suspect you. Are there any situations in which you would use this power?
This is the wrong person to give that power because I would totally use it.
Damn. Yo, people are like, hey, what's going on? Just
without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt, I would totally use it.
Hey, man. Now, it said in what situations? Could you give us like a situation?
Like in what? Like how they would do it, or
no. Like maybe you'll watch a show and it'll be a dude that like was sex trafficking women, and you'll be like, like give us like,
I mean, that will be one of them. But if we going with wrestling portion of it, if I really hate a heel, I'm like, man, I wish this and then you do that, and then I'll regret it after. Cause I'm like, man, now it's boring because they actually were good. But that'll be, especially when I was younger, I would have used it. Now it's more like your point of view where, oh, this sex offender or this and that or this serial killer, no one has been able to find this person, not even a single clue. And then me thinking of it, if my power goes to that extent, and I am able to do that still. Obviously, I
Right.
would do it.
Yeah, my wife, man, she every night she just watched those crime shows, people getting murdered and never found the people who did it, or they found the person. You be like last night we was watching one where this girls ran up on this other girl and threw battery acid on her face, and it was like, yo, what for what? And then they get like 8 years. Like all they got was 8 years. Yo, the moment I'd have been like, goodbye. Like
Yeah,
I don't know.
pretty much.
What are you doing in here?
I'm gonna drop Sierra off to near her friend's house because her phone is still downloaded. She got a new phone and she don't know her way back without GPS. So if she gets dropped off like 15 minutes from his mom will let him pick her up and then he'll bring her home later.
All right, that's really weird, but all right, cool. Hey guys, this is my house and I live here and my wife does too, and I just needed to know that. All right. Anyways, hey, get out of here. Take this dog with you. My dog is crazy. She can't be in here. But yeah, so I mean that was cool. So let me take off the book of questions. So I hope that was a little something extra and different that you didn't picture happening. So I wanted to throw that on you. I just really want to put a spotlight. Let me bring your channel up so people could at least see what your channel looked like. So when you guys could click on the link. But this is Casper's channel, and man, you gotta check him out. I mean, good dude. Does shorts, live streams. Wait, you don't hold up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, the live streams. That's right, because you were playing this earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he does everything pretty much, and just a funny dude. Could I play one of your shorts?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, cool. I'll just pick this one.
Come on. I did not know it was that close, to be honest.
And I think the thing is, you guys got to actually listen to him, because Casper, when I'm just listening to you playing games and stuff, I'll be cracking up just your response to like, what the hell is going on? It's pretty funny. Anyways, but guys, yeah, definitely check out his channel. Check him out. Good dude, man. And whoops, I just did the wrong thing. Definitely a good guy. And Jersey's a good guy. And like I said from the beginning, me and Jersey got a lot of history. So I just instantly was like, you know what? If Jersey like you, I'm sure you guys are good guys. And it was just cool for me to kind of just pay attention to you myself and be like, yo, man, Casper's cool. So again, I wanted to keep this a little short. Not to, when you were like, well, what question are you going to ask? I was like, all right, let me just make this kind of simple. Like, I can't just grill them and all that. But no, it just was really just to kind of open up your personality, who you are, lightly anyway. We don't need to know super, super crazy details, how old you are and blah, blah, blah. But, to just learn a little bit about you and your channel and stuff like that. So this part I want to ask, is there anything you want to add yourself that didn't come up? Anything you want people to know about you? Anything extra you want to personally say?
Honestly, like you said, I am a very well-rounded person where I don't care who you are, whether you're a very popular person or a dude that likes to sit alone. I will go and try my very best to greet every single one without knowing what your history is or what your skin color is. I will personally make sure, because learning your name, I won't, because I forget things. I have short-term memory loss. By the time I finish talking to you, I'll be like, damn, what was his name again? Whatever. But my point is, I am the type of person where I don't care who you are or what you come from or where you come from.
Mm-hmm.
I will be the type of person where I will make sure you come with a good, like, like a good point of view where, man, today was horrible, but after talking to this person, actually lighten up my day, type of situation. And then that's pretty much my goal in life, where songs I am able to change your perspective for at least 3 minutes or 4 minutes or 3 hours while you're watching my lives or whatever. So once you're like, oh man, I'm having fun. And then once you click off, oh crap, I have to do this again. But as long as I am able to, like, kind of like what movies do, where you're into what you're watching, you're enjoying what you're watching.
Right.
That's pretty much my goal, where I'm able to make people laugh and able to where like you're not that good, but you know what? There's something in you that I actually like, so why not? But I don't consider myself the top person when it comes to video games, but I am the top person where I will try my best to make you laugh. And honestly, I even like just to mess with my lady. She's like, "What do you see in me?" Just to mess with her. I'm like, "I'm ugly." She's like, "Yeah, of course you're ugly. You're ugly as hell." I'm like, "Gee, thanks. So what the hell you liking me?" You're funny. Like, really? That's it? Yeah, why not? But I'm the person where I'm like, I don't care. You want to sit down, talk, we'll talk. You want to play, we play. I don't care. I'm the type of person where I'm also where especially because you mentioned it, Monster Hunter. I'm the type of person when I try it, if I don't like it, I don't like it. I don't stick to it has the clout. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. No, if I don't like
Gotcha.
it, I don't care. Honestly, it's not my cup of tea. And then honestly, if you go to Discord and you see my name, and my name is the indie lover, because one of my boys, he's like, "You only playing indie games. You're not playing the top games." I'm like, I don't care. That's where I'm having fun. So that's the main reason I put myself the indie lover on Discord. So right now I'm having fun with indie games. Yes, some are very horrible. But there's others that are actually really low key bangers. So I'm like, I'll give them a try. So I don't care.
That's
But
cool, man.
the main point is I don't care if you come for a second or an hour or more. I will make sure you get out and be like, I had a good time watching this person, or I'm gonna keep watching this person because they were funny. So like, I don't care if you laugh at me as long as I'm laughing with you, because you mentioned I do laugh, because I am the type of
Really?
person, if I don't make myself laugh, I'm like, damn, that joke was very horrible, or oh yeah, that was a good joke. I should say it. And then yeah, but point is, I like making people laugh. I like making people entertained. Main reason I started all of this. And then I shout out to Jersey. He's been a very big influence in that because he taught me how to edit. He taught me how to make thumbnails. He made me buy everything. My lady calls him the killer of your bank. I'm like, why? Because everything that he mentions, you want to buy. I'm like, well, that is true because he comes from a good place of heart where I'm not gonna give you crap so it could die later. He's giving me things that would be good for me and beneficial since he's like, I see your drive is the same as mine. You want to make content, I can tell. And then I'm like, yeah, of course I do, but I don't know how. He's like, come, young Padawat. I will take you to the promised land. But the point is like he's been a very good help, and I
Yeah,
really support him, especially right now. I'm the person pushing him now, but I know he has his wedding coming up. He has a lot of
yeah,
things,
man.
but
Yeah, what's cool is you're in great hands with Jers, man. He's he has a lot of knowledge for a lot in gaming, PCs, consoles. So he's definitely content creation, like what we do in this community. He's definitely a good person, to have in your corner. And what I like about Jers is he's very headstrong. And so the thing is, when he's really, really into something, he's really, really into it, and he will definitely fight his point. I mean, sometimes that's a bad thing because that's when me and Jersey end up going at it. But at the end of the day, I love a person who stand their ground and just stand for something, and that's definitely Jersey. So
yeah,
good person to have around you, man.
no, yeah, no, yeah. I even told him, even I cracked jokes on him. He's like, honestly, if it weren't for you, none of this is actually possible. So thank you. He's like, keep the little swappy thing off of this. Be a man. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment. You freaking old fart. You like that? You freaking all fart? He's like, yeah, that's better. Don't be all little softy on me. I'm like,
Oh
okay,
man,
whatever.
yep. That's the Jersey in us, man.
Yeah. No, but yeah.
Well, Well, look, man, I know some people are ready for me to get into the next portion of the show. I just want to thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad we made this work out. Definitely want to see more of you too, man. And because I think everybody has a voice because we're gamers, and
Yeah.
so it's cool to actually hear some other people's voices as well. And I know Jers, when he get the wedding and stuff going, And after that stuff is all done, I can't wait. You know, I'm very happy for him. You know, I know you guys will be over there doing that stuff again as well. Guys, but here is the link to Casper's channel. It is pinned in the comments. Make sure you click on it. Go check him out. Funny guy, good guy. And, you know, he's just one of those people that's in the community, and he's here to stay. So I love it, and I love to see how far it goes. And, you know, what's cool, too, is, you know, you mentioned earlier, and I'll keep it short because no people are like, come on, bro. You mentioned earlier about, you know, making money. So, you know, dude, you were going to do this anyway when you think of it, right? You were eventually going to get into this. You was already doing it with yours. So it'd be cool if you could do what you were doing anyway and make some money. And that's the way I look at it. Like, my channel never grows so big because I always say I do YouTube wrong. You listen to Jers, he's going to teach you how to do it right. So I think the cool thing is you're growing at a good pace, good rate, and you have a certain, you know, your channel is what it should be that YouTube likes. So you're doing a good thing, man, and I commend you. And I think it's going to be cool when you get, you know, monthly checks and you're like, I'm making money from YouTube and I just go on here and laugh and joke, but people are going to be attracted to you doing what you love. And I think that's the thing, the authenticity of you being you. That's what's going to, you know, attract people. But anyway, I'm going to shut up because we'll go on and on and on. But
last thing, since you mentioned that, I promise I'm done after this, guys. But honestly, I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing it because I like entertaining people. Obviously, if on the long run I start earning money, obviously all is welcome. Of course, who wouldn't? Like you said, I even told my older brother as a joke, I'm like, how will you feel if I'm earning money just playing video games? Something that you always got pissed off, because I was the kid where I'd rather just play video games and I will sit hours and hours and hours playing. And he's like, get a job. You're not gonna get paid just playing video games. And then when I told him, like, he just stays silent. He's like, still, shut up. But yeah, nah. It obviously I do this for entertainment. If money comes in the long run, all is welcome, like I said. But I'm here to entertain. If at some point I get it, God knows. If not, I'm just here to entertain and have fun.
That's cool. Well, listen, Casper, thanks again, man. I am gonna run to my I'm gonna grab my glasses. So I'm gonna do a little we'll be right back. Again, like I said, if you know, I know you said you couldn't be on for too long. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to chat in the chat. And we're gonna, you know, switch over to some debating and do what we do over here, as you guys know. So I know FCAT and the gang are waiting to get on, and we're gonna, you know, we're gonna switch things up later. It's not gonna be as lighthearted with Casper. Now we've got to get into some, you know, a little bit of you know, some debating. So with that being said, I'll be right back. I just want to go grab my glasses and name my notes. What's going on, guys? I want to welcome you to something very special. The And Now Your Mama Knows All-Purpose Champions. And what that is a membership for the channel. It's $2.99 a month. And with $2.99 a month, you will get virtual videos. That's right, guys. What I'm doing is something different that no one else is doing. So for that $2.99, if you have any type of business, anything you sell, anything you want to promote, whether it's a YouTube channel, a social media page, I will make a custom video specifically for you, and I'll be illustrating everything that you tell me to. I'll add links to the video. It's going to be in a playlist, and that way it'll literally be your own personal advertisement. Also, guys, we're going to be... I kind of need to change that because I kind of pulled back from that a little bit. It was really rough, constantly making all these videos. So, guys, that's false advertisement. I'm not offering that anymore. So the people who got it, that was something special. All right, so let me take this off, and now we're gonna get into some stuff that you guys probably came for. So I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody could join. Jump on in, be a part of the show. What we like to do is just discuss topics. We don't have to debate, guys. Nowhere am I saying we have to debate. But if somebody's saying something you disagree, I say you challenge their claim, and that's what I'm saying. So here is the link. I know somebody, Devil or something like that, was wanted me to drop the link. I think he might be jumping on or whatever, but anybody's welcome. I will say this. I am the judge, jury, and executioner. I am the sheriff around here. So once you guys get out of hand, I am pulling you right off. You will be kicked off the show. So don't do nothing crazy because you're getting kicked off the show. All right. So I just want to make that clear. We're not going to have all this crazy nonsense going on. So anybody want to join, anybody could join. Anybody. But the moment you start saying something, and I don't need to tell you. You know what's crazy. I might be like, hey, chill. But if you can't chill, you're out of here. And we're just going to keep the show moving. So just so I had to say that. And again, I'm not being a bad guy, right? But I will say I am not here to babysit grown men feelings. So I'm letting y'all guys know the show's going to be a little crazy, wild, or it may not be crazy and wild. But if you get out of hand, I just want you to know this.
Man the fuck up.
Just saying. All right, so let me see. Casper said, thank you, Cowboy, for this opportunity, massive opportunity. You got it, brother. Funny thing that my schedule cleared up, which is good. Oh, well, let's go. To start the debate, switch to, and their prices is going to kill the sales. Well, what do you mean they're going to kill the sales? So I'm about to drop the link. Casper, if you want to get on here, be my guest, and you could explain that. And listen, everybody's cool, but listen, this buddy stuff stops when we start debating, all right? Now, also, I will explain. There might be times when we're debating and I will have to, because I want the people in the chat to be just as important as the people on here, all right? So there's going to be time where we're debating and I'm just going to pull people off, read the chat. I might pull somebody from the chat and have them debating somebody on the panel, right? So it's very interactive. Just wherever the flow is going, I like to follow that flow. So to join the show, click on that link. You guys will be right up on here. If you never did this before, allow it to give the program's going to ask for permission from your camera. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to, and it can show your you don't have to show your face if you don't want to, and you don't have to I was about to say you don't have to use a microphone, but let it give control to your microphone. If not, you could just stay in the audience down there. So let me pull this up. So let me see. I want to pull something up real quick. Hold on. I'm looking for something. And I just accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. Darn you. You ever just hit the wrong thing? All right, there we go. That's what I wanted. All right, so let me see. Rats. Why is the internet messing with me, man? Just give me what I want. You know what I'm saying? Give me what I want, internet. Okay. Here, let me click on this. Let me click on this. Nope, that's not what I wanted. All right, let me do it one more time. Let me click on this. Let me enlarge this. Oh, this trying to screw me. All right, it is what it is. F-Cat might have it. All right, so guys, let me bring in none other than F the Cat. This guy is probably the reason why we be on here with the debates and stuff, because every topic he bring on is trying to start trouble. But I love it. So with that being said, I decided, how about we take the console war and the crazy stuff and we just make a show out of it and make it entertaining. So all of you people are able to join and bring your topics and stuff and we can make it crazy. So coming in right now is none other than F the Cat.
Yo.
Let's go. F-Cat, what's going on, man?
What the hell were you looking for? Or trying to pull up?
I was trying to find a picture of The Last of Us Part 2, Last of Us 2 Season 2. I just wanted
Oh,
like
you want to get into that now?
yeah, I figured let's jump right into that. You got something? I kept pulling up a couple different things, but it wasn't something I could just pull straight up to
You
be
want to talk about the game or the movie?
the game. No, let's talk about the show first.
The show.
I know what you want to get into with the game. Trust me, I know. And I got something to say.
There you go.
So hold up. Let me get
Is
this.
you?
Huh?
You can pull me up.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, so I'm gonna bring in none other than TPG. He requested to be a part of The Last of Us Season 2 when we discuss it. So coming in right now is TPG. So what's up, man?
No doubt.
Oh, hey man, I'm just hanging out here with my golf club. No particular reason. We're talking about The Last of Us, right? Oh shit.
Yeah, part 2.
Yeah.
So TPG, it's cool having you on here. Once upon a time, you told me not that long ago you were going to be gone, but here you are.
Hey, but you know what? When I see that Last of Us signal in the sky, it's like, God damn it, I'm Batman.
All right, well, let's bring in none other than the maker of Chaos is in the building as well. Maker, what's going on?
You know, nothing much. Just a bit jet lagged is all.
You know what's crazy, Maker? Now that you didn't die in a plane crash, you got all this, you know, like you popping up here and there. It must be that, you know, that whole I almost died thing, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
If you guys didn't know, Maker Chaos, you went to Japan, right?
Yeah.
Dude, at some point, you gotta talk. You gotta tell us about it, man.
Oh yeah.
We'll get into that. But FCAT, so let's do this.
So we covered like pretty much every episode of season 1, I believe.
Are you talking about season 1?
Yeah, man, we did like every episode with Holt.
Yeah, that was pretty deep. So let's do this.
So I figure we get TPG on here.
Yeah,
he's the Last of Us guy.
Am I?
Listen, so here's the thing. I don't want to drag this thing out. All right. So I told y'all I'm gonna have to put my.
So did you watch it?
Okay, I'm sure I watched it. I'm sure TPG watched it. I wouldn't talk about it if I didn't watch it. But and mind you, I didn't hear nobody at all mention this until that day, and I was like, bro, how has nobody mentioned this show?
Yeah, I was looking for gaming news because it's been so dry, and I'm like, what the hell else am I going to talk about? And I was like, oh, Last of Us comes on time. I was like, oh crap.
Damn, what the hell? Rich said he almost got stabbed in the Philippines last time he was there. What does that got to do with The Last of Us 2?
It might have been the whole Japan thing.
The affection starts in the Philippines, I think.
All right, so let's do this real quick. What I did on my show yesterday with wrestling, and it worked really good. I'm gonna speak my piece. I go down the road, down the line to FCAT. I go to TPG. I go to Maker, and then I'll read the chat. So chat, you guys are part of the show, but you guys go after the Maker of Chaos, and I think that way we'll flow good. At least get what we got to say out of that, and then after that, if we want to get crazy, it is what it is. So. Me personally, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I wasn't the biggest fan of The Last of Us Part 2. And The Last of Us Part 1 is my all-time, I feel, the best game I've played in my life. Again, it's meaning the day and date I played it was when it first came out. Didn't know much about it, as the world didn't. And it just blew me away from story to gameplay to graphics. At that time, PlayStation 3, it was the pinnacle of gaming for me. Now, the part 2 came out, and I still stand. Abby should not have been a playable character. Abby's character should have been DLC, or it should have been some Resident Evil type stuff. You play with Chris, you beat the game, you get to play with Jill, or Claire, or Leon, whatever. I feel like you should have played the game straight with Ellie, beat the game, and then it would have been Abby's story, and it'd have been more clear. The fact that they allowed you to be the good guy and the bad guy, but technically neither one of them was the bad guy, it was just a bit too much for me. And I feel like I don't want to like my villain. I want to beat my villain up, but then I get to be my villain. I want to beat up. So anyway, So I wasn't as connected to it as part one. I feel like part one was straight amazing from beginning to end. And then also the game was out like maybe coming out in a week, and then somebody ruined it for me. I was literally streaming something and somebody wrote, and I know the spoilers was everywhere, and I avoided it like the plague. And I'm streaming the game, and somebody was writing in the comments, and I read their comments, and it was like, "Oh, what do you think when Joe got killed in the beginning of the game?" I was like, "What?" So anyway, but with all that being said, I bring it back to the first episode. And I watched the IGN thing because they did it last year or last time it was out, where every episode they showed the similarities of the game. I'm not that critical of this season because I didn't like that game as much. I just felt it was too long. But anyway, so watching it, I'm just enjoying it as, you know what? I'm not gonna watch it and be like, that didn't happen. They added this, they added that. So I thought it was a really good episode. It added action in the episode, added some drama. So it was a banger of a first episode. And knowing the game, it's like, ooh, I can't wait to see where they go. I just wonder how long they're gonna wait. I'll say it is. If you guys didn't play the game, I don't know what to say, but I don't know how long they're gonna wait in the show to kill Joe. Like, is it gonna happen soon? Is it gonna be like the last episode of the season?
Spoiler.
You know that this season isn't the whole game. They're gonna do 2 seasons to be the game, or at least.
So it already got greenlit for season 3. So I'm
Right,
pretty
but I
sure
don't
this is
know
gonna be
if
like a
season
2-part kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't know if season 3 is gonna still be Last of Us Part 2. You know what I mean? So anyway, with that being said, I think the episode was good, and if I had to rate it, it's a 9 out of 10. It did everything it needed to do as bringing the season back. Now, if you never watched it, maybe you'll feel like some disconnect to it, or maybe you'll like it even more. I don't know, but I think it was a good episode. What about you, FCAT?
For me, this showed why either won them Oscars, the Emmys, or whatever. Like this really blew it out. This really hit it out the park. Like Babe Ruth. Like this was like True Blood style. What I expect from HBO, shows.
Right.
Like it checked all the boxes, and unfortunately for the game, it makes me want to play the game, but I don't want to, walk 2 feet and press square.
You know what's funny? You said that in the chat Discord. I was like, man, I know that's a joke, but The Last of Us has some of the most violent and action in a game. So you say that, but that game definitely isn't walking 2 feet and hitting square. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much my review. I'm looking forward to the next episode. But I heard we're getting our cable cut off, so I might have to pull it up on the free site.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this: if you could give it a 1 to 10, what would you give it?
Definitely a 9. This was a great episode, especially the ending.
Better than Halo?
I don't want to spoil anything. Oh yeah, what the fuck?
FCAT better than Halo,
dude.
I was just asking, bro. I'm just asking for a friend.
That show didn't even get recognition until it went to Netflix. Like, that's how bad it is.
Jesus Christ.
All right, well, let's go to TVG.
So obviously I'm a hardcore Last of Us guy. Literally, actually, the day after I got my collector's edition for Last of Us Part 2. So flex on that. I liked it quite a bit. There were some big changes. They also they had a scene in there that I thought was going to be much later. We'll see it because it's later in the game. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's the scene I also see a lot of people talking about online. Pedro Pascal, dude, that scene where he's talking to the therapist, and I love how she was just like, yeah, it's my birthday, so I'm tired of your bullshit. Okay, tell me what's really happening here. And Pedro Pascal like fucking nailed it. Just I love that moment where he goes from vulnerable, about to cry, to nope, fuck you, I'm not telling you what's happening. Yeah. It's just like, damn, that was good. Bella Ramsey also killing it for me because like she's not as good as Ashley Johnson, the video game actor for Ellie, but overall I still say she's good. So I think if I were to give the show the episode a rating, and I have a video coming up about it, I think I would say, you guys are gonna think I'm crazy. I think I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
Like,
now, hold
because
on. I feel like, is that all you're gonna say? You literally want to come on the show for this. Come on, you gotta say more.
oh, well, I got more to say, but I don't want to
Okay.
go into spoilers. But like, you know,
Right,
I'm
right,
trying
right,
my best to keep it casual. But if you
Okay.
want me to get into spoilers and differences, yeah, there's some big
Whoa, let me ask you
differences.
this. Let me ask you this. I think one of the issues with Last of Us 2, the game, it was too convoluted for me. It was way too many characters. Like I was telling my wife, and no, I was telling my friend Mike, right? So he was like, oh, he was like, I guess they are coming out with a part 3 game because they got greenlit the 3rd season. I was like, no. I was like, that's because the Last of Us 2
There's no
was so
third game
damn
that works.
long. He was like, oh, so my thing is this. Who was the woman's husband? Is she a made-up character? Is that somebody Joel?
He's actually in the game, but we don't see him because by that point he's already died.
Yeah,
His
it's
name is
very brief.
Eugene. And
Yeah.
by the way, the therapist was also a cut idea apparently from the game. And like what I'm excited to see is like this season feels like they're like, okay, we're going bigger, we're going better, we're also going darker. And the one thing I know a lot of people love the first one, and that's I love it too. But I like this dark territory that we're going to go into. And the fact that they kind of spoil a big event happening that doesn't happen in the game. I'm not going to try telling you on it, but it involves infected. And the way that episode ends, shit's going to go south real quick. And I also say this, I got a suspicion that this is not confirmed or anything, but my suspicion is Joel's meeting with the golf club, if you know what I'm talking about, it's going to be different. And I think it's going to be different because it probably will be an idea they actually had on the table, but they just didn't do it. And that is Abby's group actually infiltrates Jackson instead of pulling Joel out of it or just conveniently running into him.
Okay.
So
well, let's go to Maker of Chaos. Maker, did you watch it? I'm sorry I didn't ask you that.
Yeah. No. I watched it. Like I really like the first season. I'm a little iffy because of so many changes that they're doing with this one. I would probably rate it like an 8 as well. But like I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of the therapist one because I'm like, you're in an apocalypse society. You're just I guess you're trying to restore it back to normal with like a therapist. But I feel like this is like 30 years after. Like if I were her, I probably wouldn't have had any work in that last like 30 years. It just I don't know. It just seemed very weird. And to me, Joel doesn't seem like the character who would go to therapy. He's he's the very stubborn guy. Like he shuts up about his feelings, doesn't really show it type guy. And it maybe if they did that in like the second episode and it built up to that, like where it showed him lead to that, I don't know, it just didn't feel quite right in my
to me
eyes.
this sorry to interrupt you, Maker, but to me this episode was kind of like getting a slice of what the Jackson life is like before shit goes south. I feel like that's the idea.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know how will I like that Jackson's the one that's gonna get attacked instead of them going to an outskirt town.
True, but to be fair, I will say this in defense of it, and I'm sorry I keep interrupting you. But I think it makes more sense if the horde actually comes to Jackson instead of it just randomly being out there while they're supposed to be on patrols, taking care of the infected around there. So it's like, how does build-up infected suddenly just show up instead of like, okay, we haven't seen a lot of infected in a while, so where the hell are they? And then the tendrils will play a
let's
role
say
in
this.
that.
It's just the first episode, right? And so I think once we get into episode 2, we'll start to get a little bit where they're going. But just to Maker's point,
a trailer for the sneak peek.
They literally tell us in the trailer, we see a battle scene.
Hold on real quick. I want to thank Devil Shooter for subscribing. I appreciate that. So real quick though, I think Maker, yes, Joel in part 1 would have been, and because if you're looking at this for season 1, I don't think Joel will go to therapy. But even in part 2, Joel was more like so calm and tame. This is many years later after part 1. So I think this Joel would go to therapy. And I think in this world, right, if we just look at society now, this is probably the people who are probably making the most money in society are psychiatrists. Every kid I know, teenager, they brag about, I got a shrink. Like my daughter wanted to go see somebody and talk to somebody. When I was growing up, I was like, what the? So I feel like the spin on this is in the real world. Why would they not have psychiatrists? Because it's the end of the world. People need somebody to talk to. So it probably make more sense.
I feel like it would have hit a little harder if he was confiding on his brother. And
like it happens in the game.
That does happen in the game, and I actually really like that scene in part 2. But yeah, it hits a little different if it's like you coming to someone that you personally know, and this is a brand new character. That's where I just think that a bridge.
They're making it like she's been around. It's not like she just came to the town. She's a brand new character. She's been there, brand new character.
That's why I wish there was a little bit of a bridge to it, like to him actually wanting to open up to this character.
But I think the dynamic of her
flashback.
I think the dynamic of him killing her husband is deep, but I feel like if they get so into that, then that is pulling away from what happened in the game. But then again, don't forget, season 1, episode 2 was about the 2 guys, and none of that happened in the game. That was a really good episode.
Episode 3.
No, that wasn't the game.
Well, it was in the game, but they changed it.
It was not in the game.
The 2 characters were in. The thing was in the game. He came across his partner's body.
I like how you try to dance around it. It was not. If anybody was listening to you right now and played the game, they would be like, "Bro, I just played the game. I thought you said that was in the game." You'd be like, "Well, what I meant was you read the one thing and you seen the dead body. Yeah, that wasn't in the game."
Yeah, the characters are in it. It's just how it plays out is different.
Vastly different.
What?
The sex scenes in the game, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of worried about because it's on HBO. So
hey, HBO, bro, they can do it. Anyway, let's move on. So,
I did want to briefly talk about the smart zombies. All of a sudden, like that is a whole new concept that they threw in. Like that wasn't really in part 2, right?
Yeah, it was. They were. Stalkers were even in part 1. They just weren't defined differently. They look like every other affected, except they would stalk you.
No, I mean the whole the vines, like the vines. The vines are scouting and for the zombies, or the zombies are like actively like smart. Like it's not. They hunt, but this is different.
So much they're smart as that they have.
It's set a trap.
Mind.
It's set a trap for her, like, and that's not really done.
I think they could get away with it because when you see the first season, they really got deep into the cordyceps. They really got deep into like this is like the game lets you know what it is, but it's a game. The show was able to let you feel like, oh wait, if these things are living plants, right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they grow inside of so for me, I watched it like the thing that's hard is yes, you're gonna have a game that's gonna be cut and dry. And they could be just the game cut and dry, but they decide we're gonna implement on the game. And I feel like from what they told you in season 1, this isn't far-fetched. Now the problem is it didn't happen in the game. So that's the disconnect. I get what you're saying.
It's new, it's brand new.
Good.
Hold on, let FCAT go. He's been wanting to say something.
No, I was asking why is Ellie mad at him at the beginning? Or why?
Oh, you'll find out.
That's right.
We won't. I won't.
But I know we see Abby show up in this episode too.
Literally the second scene.
I guess. Yeah.
Oh wait, FCAT. So you never
they
played
give her motive
right? At all?
No.
Oh wow. Did you play part 1?
Not my own little bit.
Okay, so
What?
all right, it's a show, so they'll get into it. So instead of us saying it now,
Yeah, I
I
like
feel like
HBO shows. I mean,
it's
and
not cool.
this is like a banger.
Yeah, I feel like it's not cool to pull the rug from under you. I won't be.
I ain't gonna tell you. It's the same thing with my
But
channel.
yeah,
I try not to spoil it for people because I'm like, you know what? I'm
speaking
gonna
of
give you general terms.
but speaking of HBO, like TV show goodness, like that scene where where the kiss scene, basically, like that scene is just like on point, beautiful, and
Oh
like
yeah,
the
freaking looked
performance.
amazing.
Even the girl who plays Ellie, like her, I know people hate on her and stuff, but her performance is great. Pedro Pascal performance is great
I mean, you
in
got to
this.
think
I
about
mean,
it. If you got to think about it. She was a little kid in Game of Thrones. If she can't act, bro, she was in Game of Thrones as a kid. So trust me, her performance. I'm pretty sure she can nail anything on this show. You know what I mean?
yeah, they making fun of her for doing
You
taking
make
down
fun of
that
her
big
because
old
she
in
doesn't
that fight
look
scene
like
in
Ellie.
the beginning.
Like, oh, okay, what's look like mean?
What that did bother me. I got over it, but I had such a hard time watching the first one. Not watching it, but I criticized the hell out of it leading up to it. I was like, bro, Joel and Ellie don't look nothing like. I was like, this is the worst casting ever. And but they did such a great job by the end. I'm like, damn, they make me feel like they could make The Last of Us like remastered and put their faces on them. And I'd be like, all right.
Oh gosh, don't give them ideas.
I know, right?
Hey, Last of Us remastered.
Well, speaking of that, are we done with this show? Because we could get into that.
Oh no! Oh,
Let's
this.
get into that.
Yes.
PlayStation's only first party game of 2025.
Damn.
No, Go for Yote's still coming.
I'll say
Marathon's
this.
still coming.
What's still coming?
Marathon.
Oh, I'll say this.
That's every platform, but okay.
So look, I'll say this about this, right? This isn't a shocker for me. Well, hold up, real quick. Does anybody know how much it costs?
$100
100.
digital.
Oh, damn. Okay. Wow. It's actually a retail game for $99.99.
No, it's digital only. The collector's edition is the only one I know that's physically available.
No,
that's
okay.
like 120.
So the digital game costs $99.99.
Yeah, because it's both
Damn.
games.
Okay, I get it. So, I think this honestly, it didn't shock me, but we have to say it what it is. I know we could say this, say that. This is for someone who doesn't own both of the remakes, right? If it's digital, it's like for me, I could pull up my PlayStation account right now and I could switch over to The Last of Us 1 and then switch over to Last of Us 2. And essentially is this, right? Unless this has something extra, right? Which I'm not aware of it does. So this is really for somebody like you would only be a moron if you own both the digital versions of 1 and 2 remakes and or remasters or whatever you want to call it, and then bought this. You're like, bro, you know you own that already.
You actually can't. You can't buy it if you have both of them.
Oh, you can't.
That's it. No, you can't.
Oh, all right. Well, that makes sense. How can they tell you can't buy something?
Because it won't show up. Because you already have it. I mean, you have Last of Us Part 1 remastered, or sorry, Last of Us 1 remastered, Part 1, whatever. Then you have Last of Us Part 2 remastered. So it's like that's it. That's what this is. It's essentially just bundle them together and for one price.
When does this go on sale?
It went on sale the day they announced it.
Okay, so it is actually something
it's available now. But it's funny because it's available only now on PlayStation, not on PC yet.
I know you're sitting there saying, no, this is for the people who don't own the other ones, but I think this was just pushed out just for the show.
Well,
but
yeah.
That's me.
Okay, I told you that.
I mean, look what happened with Last of Us Part 1 PC port. They pushed out for the show that's broken port.
Yeah, so
I'm
next
hearing
year,
part two on PC is a broken port also.
Hey, that means next year you guys will get, when The Last of Us Season 3 starts up, you'll get The Last of Us Complete Edition on PC.
Right.
Yeah, it might break PC if they got it.
Yeah, it's like no big
All
deal.
right, so
Bundle.
let me see something.
What you think about? What you thought about this, Nathan?
So let me show you something. I gotta fix
Yeah,
this because I can't
it's
hear
more
you anymore.
way to make money.
But
It's how you make more. It's how you make money while not doing a live service game.
and I wonder if y'all guys can still hear me. But
I can hear you.
here, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go to the PlayStation Store. Oh wait, when I'm reading the.
Are you? Do you still
It
have
said I
Monster Hunter
shouldn't be able
Rise
to see
going?
it, so hold on, let me make sure.
I can see your screen.
I do have
Hold
to
on real
say, if you want to buy
Hold on.
both, part 1 and part 2 on PC, it's like
I
only $10
apologize
more.
that okay, there we
Aren't
go.
they
It's
both
more
on?
You
expensive.
guys can't
Aren't they both on
see
PS Plus?
We can
what I
see
have
your
on the
screen,
screen?
Cowboy,
they're
but
not.
we can't see like any private information or
Oh
anything.
damn, I can't see it on the screen. All right, hold up.
You're right now on the
There we go.
the
All
BAFTA awards.
So look, let's I don't know why I can't. I gotta fix this up because I can't hear you guys like the. It's oh, you know what? It might be my.
Do you still have Monster Hunter Rise?
Do I have it downloaded? Let me make sure.
I can see your screen.
I do have to say, if you want to buy both, part 1 and part 2 on PC, it's like only $10 more.
Aren't they both on?
Who wants the Joel treatment? Say something
See
stupid.
your screen, Cowboy, but we can't see like any private information or anything. I can't see it on the screen. Yeah, I don't have no private information on it anyway. You're right now on the BAFTA awards. I don't know why it's so slow.
Doesn't matter, there's a delay.
I'm watching it late. Because I can't hear you guys like the. It's. Oh, you know what? It might be my. I'll have to fix that. I'll get off of it soon. But all right, so let's see. So I wanted to see. So there it is right there. But it says it's in my library.
So that means you already got it.
And I can
You
select
have both.
versions. Install. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. All right, let me exit out this PlayStation thing because for some reason it takes over my volume.
Oh, cool.
Strange. All right.
I do find it odd that they only did that for 2 games. Like maybe if they also included the older versions as well.
All right, there we go.
I
All
think
right, guys,
that
say
would
something.
be one thing.
Hi. I'm that
It still got me
PlayStation
muted.
noob.
It's weird when I do that. I let the PlayStation jump on. It like takes over my volume. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, when I plug in the PlayStation controller into my PC,
It's gonna play it through the controller.
Okay, I gotta figure that out because that's not cool. All right, anyway, guys, let me bring in Blizz Bing is in the building, aka Game's Over. Let's go.
Game over.
What's up, man? Thanks for joining. I think this might be the first time you've been on the show.
Second time. It's been a while, but I'm at work. I'm at work right now, so there's no kids around.
Got you. So listen, what do you got to say about this Last of Us Complete Edition?
I haven't played the second one yet, so I'm not aware of how it turns out because I played the first one, but back in the PlayStation 3 era.
Okay.
So I haven't touched the second version yet. I was probably gonna go buy it maybe for the PS5 for the remastered second version. I never played the second version anyway. I remember playing the first one.
I would recommend the PS5 Part 2 remastered over the original Part 2 just because you get an extra mode called No Return mode, which is
Which
like
is
a
really cool.
roguelike survival game where you place the characters from the game.
That
Oh.
mode is really. When I was
It is
watching the show
fun.
last night, I was like, dude, it made me want to play that mode. That mode is really good. So yeah, it's worth it. But so here's a question. So not a question. So you guys see what happened, right? When I pulled it up, clicked on it, as you said, TBG, you were correct. It actually said both games was already installed. So you're right.
Mhm.
If you already own it, you cannot buy it.
Yeah, and it's $100 for if you want, basically both of them, or you can just buy the one you don't have separately.
Right.
And those games go on sale. I wouldn't say frequently, but like more often than some PlayStation games.
You just gotta click on your wish list and
just put on your wish list and it'll notify you when it goes on sale.
Yeah, I used that a couple times, which was really, really beneficial. Matter of fact, maybe 3 weeks ago, I bought Chorus, and it was like $4 and something. I was like, I put that on my wish list a while ago, and I was like, oh, it was just something.
What's actually nice about that wish list, by the way, you can put DLC on there and wait for that. It'll notify you when that goes on sale. So
yep.
Yeah.
All right, so where we got next? Let's keep this show floating before Maker of Chaos try to go to Japan again or something.
All right, we ready to get it better?
Yeah, your thing isn't up.
I'll stick around for other topics. I might not have a lot to say about other stuff though, so I'll just be quiet then.
All right, bam. Let's bring FA back on. Let's bring Blizz back on.
All right, so Ubisoft players suing over the crew shutdown shouldn't have expected to own the game forever.
Damn, this is a good one.
Ooh,
This is something I often say. So it says Ubisoft says players suing over the crew shutdown shouldn't have expected to own the game forever. Honestly, these companies are trying to tell us you do not own the game. All right? You don't own the damn game. And they've been saying this forever. Honestly, I'm going to have to side with Ubisoft, which is the non-consumer way to go. But I don't assume to own something forever. I remember I got this shock years ago. I remember Evolve came out on PlayStation 4, I guess, right in the beginning. And that was like the first big asymmetrical game, right? You got 4 people you use, and you're kind of like on a different planet, and you fight a creature. So the creature starts off small, and then you got to pretty much get away and eat other creatures until you grow and become giant. And now you could go after the guys that go after you because now they're running from you. That was such a cool concept. It blew my mind, but it didn't last. They shut the game down, and guess what? Yeah, it was a wrap. So, we don't own these games. And I think when people feel like even my guy Obi Rose, man, I bought Marvel vs. Capcom 2 so long ago. How come I can't still play it? I was like, bro, did you think your $70 or $60 or $50 you were going to pay one time and be able to have something forever? Look at Friday the 13th, the game. They shut the servers down. They gave us an extra year. And then guess what? Last December, they shut the servers down. So now, should you be able to play offline? That's a different story. But I do understand they're not going to maintain, the game anymore. So if bugs was to come up, you pretty much would just have a buggy mess. But that's my point on it. Let's go to Blizz. What's your thoughts, Blizz?
But me, I was thinking in previously that we own the games, but like you said, like right now everything can happen. They can shut the server, they can redo the game and make a new server for that game, the same game for a couple years on the road. So it's a complicated industry.
Yeah, it is.
It's.
Let me ask y'all this though: do y'all think? And I want to go to Maker next, and I'll just go up the list. Do y'all think the least they should do with any of these games is just at least let you play offline mode? Like even if it's, let's say it was a PvP game, should they just at least let you play with bots if they're going to pull the servers? That would be a question. But Maker, what's your thoughts on this? He might still be in Japan. TPG, what's your thoughts on this?
I mean, I agree, that we shouldn't get used to the idea of owning games that are digital because, like, just it seems like companies are trying to tell us, like, hey, that's not the case anymore. You don't own it. Technically, I think in like some countries now, they actually have to change what they're saying when you buy a game. Like, you're not buying the game, you're buying a license agreement until X amount of days or something like that. So, for the record, I agree. Yes, there should be like some kind of sunset mode or something that's like, hey, where the servers are offline or the servers are online, but we're not doing any maintenance. This is it. This is the final product. You get all the DLC stuff for free, like they did with Friday the 13th. We're discounted so heavily that it's basically free.
Well, Marvel Avengers, they gave all the DLC for free. Friday the 13th, they didn't. They discounted.
But I think it's kind of, you said best, Cowboy. I think it's a reality check. Like, these game companies, they're not looking out for us. They're looking at their investors and saying, okay, well, this server costs us X amount of money to keep up going, and the game's barely making any money, so we're just going to shut it down.
I mean, what would you do, right? If it's your company, what would you do?
Exactly. That's why Concord got shut down so quickly, because barely anyone was playing it. And I was like,
the projection was like they're not going to make any money. It was like, we need to pull this
so
now.
It's like, let it just kill it. Just shoot it in the head and move on.
What about you, FCAT?
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, Battleborn. One example, Concord, Stadia.
I mean,
you get your money back with Stadia, though, and Concord.
We got lucky.
Yeah. By the way, you should get your money back if you paid for the game like before they shut it down.
I got like
I didn't get my money back for Mag.
I think there's a new law or something. I think it started with Stadia, where if it's just within a short time frame, like within like 3 years or something, like they have to give you a refund now. And that started with Stadia.
That would be pretty cool. What's up, David? But look, let me go to this. Somebody else is coming in the building that want to get to chime in, but I don't know how long they're going to be able to chime in because they might just have a baby on them. And, the baby start crying. They got to go like their most recent video, but it's ISO, motion, gateway. I don't even know what to call them these days. I'm just going to call them ISO. What's up, ISO?
What up?
What's up? What's your thoughts, man? Jump in here. Rapid fire, ISO. What's up with Ubisoft says players suing over the crew shutdown shouldn't have expected to own the game forever?
I mean, that sucks. This is the first time I hear about it. I mean, yeah, it sucks.
But let me ask you this. When you buy a game, do you feel like you should own it forever?
Yeah, I mean, on Steam, that's typically the case. I've never had a case of where even when they remove the game off the store, if you bought it, you still have it in your library. It doesn't go away.
But what if the game was a PvP game and they shut down the servers?
Well, I mean, they shut it down. Like, what can you do?
Right.
Yeah. Like, there's literally nothing you can do. If it's a PvP game, unless they have like a single player specific mode, right. I mean, what can you do? There's no servers, so how the hell can you play it?
I wonder.
I think the thing. One of the issues that they falsely advertised those games way back when the first NES and the Atari came up. They always said, "Oh, you're buying this game. This game is yours." And right now, with all the, let's say, for instance, you take Windows 8.1 when it first came up. Say you bought the license to use it, and they shut it down because it was crappy after that. So you had to buy the new one because this one was no longer a security update on it.
Well, the thing is, back in the day, or even with Nintendo, right? A cartridge, you own the cartridge, so that was the difference. That was a physical, piece of material. That was a piece of material that did a certain job, so you own that. That was, But now everything has updates. Everything is needs the internet, so it's hard to own anything.
Mm-hmm. Unless it's physical. And even then, in modern
but
games, you're not really getting the game. You're just getting a license
right, I was
agreement.
about to say they say all they gotta do is make an update and bam, you're not playing the game no more.
The exception is if you get DRM free games like through GOG, where they allow you to have it forever.
Yeah. And there's also a thing to worry about with physical games like Blu-rays. You have to worry about what's it, like Blu-ray decay or something?
Well, that
Like over time, they're decaying.
That's until GOG. That's fair.
Well, let me
Well,
ask
even
the
if
guy.
GOG shuts down, as long as you have the executable, you can run it. Even with
Yeah, but what about online stuff?
Well, if it's online, obviously it's based on the servers. You could theoretically set up your own private servers and then run it through that.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
Like World of Warcraft still has private servers where people create their own servers to play. Like,
Yeah, but don't you have to pay for that?
it depends. Oh, usually they charge because it costs money for them to make servers for it.
Firecracker shrimp. I'm like, okay, what are we doing here?
But yeah, especially with racing games usually have licensing on the cars. Eventually, they do this in the game.
Oh yeah, and then you have to worry about like music too. I mean, that's why like some Tony Hawk games don't have the soundtrack they used to have. Hell, it wasn't like a Grand Theft Auto, like was it GTA 5 on PS3? Like they were removing music because the license.
They did remove some of the music due to licensing.
It's funny. I was actually going to bring Grand Theft Auto up. I seen Vet made a big post about it, telling everybody to make sure they got the most recent updates so they could all play together. And I was actually thinking, I've never been into Grand Theft Auto 5.
It's on Game Pass now.
Right.
Yeah. Back on Game Pass.
How many times has freaking Grand Theft Auto been on Game Pass?
If
it just dropped again.
Well, my question is, are any of you guys?
You know how much it costs them to put that on there?
Hold up, Mark. What'd you say, FK?
No, the cost of the GTA 5 on Game Pass is ridiculous.
Have any of you guys been into GTA 5 online mode? Like, is that like?
I played probably a couple hours, but that's it.
Oh, I put a good, I'd say at least like 60 hours into GTA Online.
So is it's still, because I always give GTA 5 bad. Like I always say, like, oh, it's old as hell. But technically it's the online mode that people are still playing, right? They're still updating it, they're still adding stuff, right? So I feel bad, like I'm always giving it hell saying it's old, but if they still are bringing content to it, then I guess that's.
And I think people are doing role play out with it for this game.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called, but they're doing role play.
It's a mod.
Yeah, it's like Destiny 2, Calvin. GTA 5 looks like Destiny 2.
The role play is more a mod that you can do with like proximity chat.
Like, isn't there one where you could like be a cop and the other people could be like fucking crooks and shit?
No, isn't that
exactly?
No, it's not in the game by default.
Oh, so the GTA Online doesn't have like a cops and robber mode?
They might have like a game mode for it, but like not like in the open world.
Yeah, it's a mod. Yeah, for PC only.
Yeah, I don't want to speak about the mod because mods, you know, that's not the real game.
Oh, hey, FCAT, did you have Baldur's Gate 3's final update pulled up on one of your talking points?
Now, the last thing we're gonna get into is pretty much main event. Y'all can pull up whatever y'all want to talk about.
No, I was just going to point out. I was going to just say real quick, just to everyone out there, Baldur's Gate 3 just got its final patch today, and it finally adds crossplay and new subclasses. And dude, I've been playing it. I'm like, I'm gonna start up a Baldur's Gate campaign and might stream it. So, anyone want to join?
I did see the subclasses, which is really cool.
Oh, dude, some of them are crazy. Like one was like literally you have a swarm of bees that does damage if they you.
They added some subclasses from Tasha's, which is a module book from Wizard of the Coast.
I want to play as a freaking necromancer.
It's canon. It's canon D&D stuff already. Like it exists already.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a little nerdy there, but it's like, hey, that's pretty cool in my opinion. Cross-play between all the consoles and PC.
And
Finally, I can play Dungeons and Dragons and understand what's going on.
be ready to get into the big game.
Hold on, let me think.
Everybody
first.
can't stop talking about since they showed it.
Hold on, wait. Let me think of something else I want to bring up before we get to this.
We gonna talk about the Nintendo Switch 2 and how that thing's a ripoff?
Well, yeah,
we say that every single week. And Purple Haze still
Hey man, I
shows
made
up.
a video saying it though, and
I don't think it's a ripoff.
Someone in this panel agreed with me.
It's an optional luxury device.
ISO just came on the panel.
It's about as much as I thought it would cost. Like,
so hold on. ISO just came on the panel last. So ISO, you got anything you want to add before we get into this Switch stuff?
No, not really. I'm just here to shoot the shit, you know.
Okay, fair enough. Well, ISO, listen, hold up. Before we do that, I don't appreciate your son cutting off some content, man.
Hey, he does what he wants, dog. I can't control that.
Hey, man, get that kid in shape, man. Like, what's going on here? I'm watching the video. It was funny, too. I didn't look to see how long the video was, and I'm watching it, and he was like, all right, I got to go. I was like, wait, he's not really ending it. I was like, oh, snap, he ended the video.
So the plan really was for me to talk about it more. But then he was like, nah, I'm over it. And I'm like, well, I thought the video was hilarious. So I put it up.
You know what's cool, bro, is when he's going to get to watch that video.
I know. I'm like, look, this is when you were being an asshole to your dad, by the way. Like, what?
Cool. Yeah. I used a lot of videos of my kids, like when my kids were singing and all type of stuff where I, brought up when they have relationships and all that. I just think it's cool what you're doing. Because when I was younger, there's no videos of me, you know what I mean? Like, so obviously I was older, so they had video cameras and stuff, but my mom didn't really record. So for me, my kids almost got their life on YouTube to a point, right? And as weird as that sound, but their birthdays, Christmas, we could pull it up and they could be like, oh, look how we look, so I think that's kind of cool. So
walk up to your kids like, what are you doing there, son? Oh, you're going on a date? No, you're not.
No, I mean, there's times where my kids were like,
"I'm sit here and make some content with me."
Like this year, my stepdaughter. So me, my wife, and my stepdaughter moved to Florida. This year, my stepdaughter was like, "I don't want a birthday video." So she has no. So in 2025, there's gonna be no birthday video of hers. She's 20 years old. She's like, "I don't want it." So I'm like, "All right."
Dad, I want some privacy for once. Man,
fair enough. All right. Anyway, so FCAT, if you guys got nothing else you want to bring up, wait, let me ask you guys this: that game. Hold on, wait. That game, Dragon Age Veil, right? What is it called? Dragon Guard.
Dragon Age Veilguard.
Yeah. So that game is now free. So a lot of people got to play it. I didn't play it yet, but is it as bad as people say? Is it because of the woke stuff? Did you guys get to play it and you wasn't going to play it?
Yeah.
And you did to play it, and what's your thoughts?
Wait, you said it's free? How's it free?
Do you really?
It's free where?
It was a
PlayStation Plus. But that was like a couple months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess last month.
Last month. The best advice I can tell you, Cowboy, is stay away from Pash.
Dude.
I think the graphics looked cool. Just from the trailer, the graphics looked really cool.
No, there's a character named Pash, so stay away from her.
Stay away from Pash.
Well,
that's right.
Did I call it? Oh, damn, I should do push-ups because I called her.
Oh,
I'll stay away from Cash.
I'm just gonna.
Well, any of you guys got?
Quick. I just want to say this real quick about Dragon Age Veilguard because I did play a bit of it. It's not a Dragon Age game. This is the softest soft game to ever exist. Period. Like, don't waste your money. Don't waste your download space. Don't waste the gigabytes that it requires.
Well, wait, hold up, pause real quick. So I've never played a Dragon Age game, so I don't think it's gonna. So for a person who never played them, I don't got anything to compare it to. So I'm just playing it.
Well, then it's just the safest RPG that's ever been made.
Is it like a little bit?
Huh?
Is it compared to Mass Effect, the last one also? Is it
Yeah,
that bad?
kind of.
I've actually
Yeah, it's kind of got the same problems. Like the story has no edge. Like imagine like a focus group was making a game and they were told, okay, but you can't make it violent, you can't make it offensive, and you have to be socially, what's the word? I'm trying to think of. You have okay. I'm just gonna say the word woke. You have to be woke because now everyone's sitting there. Two elfin gods capable of destroying the world are destroying parts of the world, and what the people are doing to stop them? Okay, let's talk about our feelings today. Like you,
So I guess we're not kissing Morgan in that one, right?
don't play it, don't download it, don't even claim it.
I'm gonna check it. It looks just from the trailer. It looks pretty cool. Here, let me play
It's
some.
actually really interesting because my brother and his girlfriend are like really big Dragon Age fans. I've actually played a fair amount of the Dragon Ages, and both of them said that it's not as good as the others, but it's still a good Dragon Age game, which is weird because there's a lot of people that I think there's a lot of people hating on it just
Yeah,
because
but you
of
know
the
what?
wokeness.
I think a lot of people probably barely even played it or give it a chance. I think people went into this as the whole woke thing. I never
Yeah.
get caught up into that stuff, so I'm just looking at it like, oh, the trailer, the graphics look pretty good and look interesting, and now that it's free, now what's funny is it became free only after 4 months of being out. But
Yeah.
Well, it came
I
in
want to check
the
it out.
According
subscription.
to
It's not
Angry Joe,
free.
according to Angry Joe's review, you're just going around popping pimples the whole game.
Because that is what you're doing. Like most of the time, you're trying to get rid of these like infections or something, and it's just like, it's not a good game. I'm sorry. Okay, gameplay wise, it's okay, but the story, the characters they're like the worst version, the worst characters in every other BioWare game.
Yeah, stay away from that character, Cowboy.
I think the worst thing I've seen about that
What's
game.
going on, Wilson?
The
This
non-binary
isn't the trailer I was
character.
thinking about though. This trailer almost looked like a whole different game than the trailer I was thinking about.
Yeah, originally this game was called Dragon Age Dreadwolf. I thought this was actually a hero shooter when they first showed it. I was like, because they kept having the title of what they do. I was like, the hell.
It makes sense if you've played Inquisition and like in terms of like the setting, why it would have been called Dreadwolf, or even why it's called the Veil Guard, because it's about the Veil and the Dreadwolf.
Yeah.
Even in Inquisition, you can switch character and use each character. Like if you want to do that.
This more plays like not Bioshock. It plays more like Mass Effect because you can command your guys to do certain actions rather than swapping the character to them.
Okay, so for the record, when I said woke, that was a lack. That's not the right word to use. But I guess the word is soft. It feels like compared to the first Dragon Age, which is like way fucking darker. It's also just it felt more like what you expect from a fantasy game.
I feel like Dragon Age has been going that way to begin with because Inquisition was way softer than Origins. Like Origins was way darker and way I mean, story wise at least in my opinion better.
So this is the trailer I was thinking of that I seen. I was like, oh man, the graphics look pretty good. It looked pretty cool. And the other one looked a little almost a little more commercial with the character big names popping up on the screen. Real quick, Wilson is in the building. Wilson said, I've been meaning to get around to it. The anti-woke thing is just an agenda. The people get swept up with, from what I've heard, it's really not that big of a in the game. I don't think. He said, I don't think the best Dragon Age will always be the first one.
Yeah, they got to win with this game, but they got a loss with Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Well, they did. The fan base has definitely lost all confidence in BioWare now. Like, everyone's concerned with
Dragon Age is officially over. They're not doing any more Dragon Age games.
Yeah.
You
And
what you guys think they will make another a Mass Effect?
They are.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are
they are.
already. EA said that all the BioWare's main focus right now is on Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never played any of the BioWare games at all. My brother, we're opposite gamers. He always played all of that. He loved, the games I love, he doesn't love. But here, so anyway, we're going into this, which this is your main event, FCAT, really?
Yeah. All right.
I thought it was totally gonna be something else. Wow.
Oh
So,
God,
yeah.
Concord
We didn't
2.0.
even talk about Switch.
FCAT, you are definitely
So
bro.
they showed it. They showed it.
We could talk about this, and we could talk about Switch too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the real main event is
Well, they said this ain't going on Switch 2, but Bungie is
Oh, thank
considering it.
so
But yeah,
what
so
do you want to bring
what
up about Marathon? What's your points? Let's hear it.
so I want to get everybody's like opinion, like of what they saw, because for me, like I'm used to Bungie like wowing me with these new IPs and stuff like that, and at the end of this, I felt confused. I felt underwhelmed. I felt like this is pretty bland.
Let me ask you this: what did you think you was gonna see? Let me hear it. What did you expect? I
Like
want to hear it.
freaking some Bungie like fire, and this is like something that an indie studio would make.
I don't know. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Destiny when I'm looking at it, and they said it was
Yeah, I mean,
extracted
it
from
looks like Destiny and Apex and kind of like Rainbow Six Siege action, I guess.
Yeah. So for me, I don't really have much to say.
It looks like a mix of Perfect Dark or whatsoever.
Oh, I want to see.
Oh,
So for me, I personally got to play it. I'm not big into extraction shooters. I do. There was 2 extraction shooters that I really, really like, or extraction games. I really, really like Vigor, and that was really cool. I was super into that years and years ago. When it was on when Game Pass first was a thing. That was one of the games on it, and I was big on that. I would have never played it if it wasn't for Game Pass. And then the most underrated game I've ever played in my life, I'll always say, is Hunt Showdown, and that's the extraction game as well, and that's pretty awesome. So, I mean, I like to check it out. I won't pay for it, so I'll GameFly it. But I don't see the whole world saying that it's terrible and it's Concord Part 2, and I just see that this is a extraction game that Bungie made. It looks like a game Bungie would make. If you tell me it's extraction, I don't really see them extracting anything in the trailers, but it's an extraction game, so I don't.
I see the people saying that it's Concord too, and I can see what they're talking about, because the same way we saw Concord 2 trailer tried out, like we had the same reaction. We were like, "Oh, what is this? This is pretty bland." Like, it's the same feeling.
I don't know if I have the same feeling as Concord, but I do think, like, with how saturated the market is, it's going to be very difficult for them to break it into it.
Exactly. I mean, they're guessing it's going to be like a $40 game. I'm thinking it might be $50 because of Nintendo.
What game are you talking about?
Marathon.
Talking about Marathon. That's his big thing. He wanted to.
So with this not being free to play, everybody wants it to be free to play.
Yeah, they should have learned from Concord.
I do think that it's hard to. It's gonna be hard to break in with a premium extraction game at this point in time.
Yeah, but it's not a full price game though, right?
It's gonna be like 40, I believe.
40 or 50 or something like that. Maybe 60.
They didn't specify the amount. They just said that it will be a premium game, but it won't be a full price game.
You can pull up my screen, get one.
Oh, you got something else? Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's go down the list. So, TBG, what's your thoughts on this marathon?
My thoughts, looks like it's dead on arrival and looks like Concord 2.0.
Okay, and why is that?
Just because I think they don't understand that people don't want to play these games. We got the games, the live service games we're gonna play, and we're gonna stick to those. We're not looking. A lot of gamers aren't looking for a new hero shooter or extraction shooter or whatever. Like we're done with looking for new live service games to play. I got my live service games to call Fortnite and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Outside of that, could not give a crap about anything else. I don't care how good it looks, not interested. Now, if it had the words Last of Us on it, maybe I care a little.
Well, this Last of Us factions died, so this could live.
That's crazy.
That makes me depressed. Don't.
That's crazy when you think of that. But let's go down the line. But real quick, let me get to Wilson. So Wilson said, I think BioWare is another one of those companies like Ubisoft that's having growing pains right now. SPG is in the building. Simply Pawn Gaming. He said, might have been cool for a 2014 title, but the art style is big miss for me, and I think this will tank. Yeah. So he's talking about Marathon, and then Wilson said, I'm not ready to hate, but it's definitely not what I expected. Okay. What about you, Maker, on Marathon?
If I get into the alpha, I'll try it out. If not, I'll wait till reviews, what people think of it. But I don't have high hopes for it. It may do well in the beginning and then taper off. We'll see.
That's fair. What about you, Blizz?
Yeah, I think like everyone said that this game is it's not going to go or let go. It's not a everybody has different type of shooter they're playing right now. They're all doing their consistency. Well, let's say like if everybody's playing Fortnite, everybody all playing all these kinds of games. So I don't think they'll give it a try for this game. They'll probably go to try probably a couple hours, but then they'll just leave it like that. There's other games around, other shooters around that's probably not maybe similar to what we're seeing right now, but they maybe the gravity of how many people will be playing this game. If there's no people playing this game, there'll be a bunch of bots playing. So the people will just like leave the game be and
Well, let me
just
ask you
be.
this.
It's not attractive.
Let me ask you this. Do you think, and this is for all, but let me get the ISO first, and now I got a question for you after ISO. What's your thoughts, ISO? The baby guy.
My bad. No,
okay,
well, the way I see it is I disagree with. I think games. It's good that people like devs are going out there trying to do something different because I mean we don't want to keep playing the same game all the time. I mean Fortnite's been out for how long? They can only revise how it goes. So of course I'm all for games doing something different because if it can be the next big thing, then what's the point of games not trying to do new shit, right? So it's like so I disagree with the whole thing. We're like we already have current live service games. Why are they doing this? But it just so happens this game, like I saw it, I'm not excited for it whatsoever. It so happens this is not the game that's gonna change everybody's opinion or want them to change their games. It just doesn't look the most exciting. You know me, I love FPS games, right? I'm all about it. And with me now that I got the baby, I'm gonna be even more selective, and I'm not even gonna bother trying the game out for me personally. It just I can tell already, it's just it is what it is. So
Well, ISO, let me ask you this. And I got somebody else in the back I'm going to bring on. So hold on, don't go anywhere.
So real quick, according to the streamer XXBC or XQB or whatever his name is, he said this is basically going to get all the players from Tarkov because Tarkov is basically dead now.
So that was my question. That was going to be my question for ISO. ISO, my question is, I've seen you played a lot of games. Now, I haven't played many extraction games. Do you play extraction games? Being that you probably, you got a big PC background, and that is a bigger thing on PC. So, do you do you play a lot of extraction games?
I've tried them. I'm not big into it because it kind of like I mean the best extraction games I like to play is the ones in VR because a lot more interactive and stuff. But
Okay.
like looking at this, like I mean, you guys talk about Tarkov. Tarkov is a very different game already.
Yeah.
Like you can look at them side by side and they're nothing alike, right? Tarkov is very in depth with a lot of the things it does, whether you like it or not. And I mean, I know I hear a lot of hate for Tarkov, but there's no competitor to Tarkov right now. There really isn't. There's other types of extraction shooters, but not like a direct competitor to how Tarkov is as the style of how they go with their extraction shooter.
I have to
That's
look
just
up
how I
Tarkov.
view it, right? So it's like you can try to like, of course, the Tarkov players are probably like, we want something new, but they're gonna maybe go to this game, and it's again, you can tell it's a different style as is. So I don't know what to tell you guys, you know.
I always hear the name Tarkov. I don't know anything about that game, but look how, and I got somebody in the back. I'm gonna put them on next. But look how fans from Overwatch jumped to Marvel Rivals. So that was perfect for Marvel Rivals to be able to be very similar and capture it because it's Marvel characters, right? So they had a niche. So all I can say is people know of Halo, people know of Destiny, so they know that's Bungie. What I was going to ask you guys was, do you think Destiny players would actually want to play this because they've been a big fan of what Bungie's done with Destiny? So you know, sometimes people like the company just because they like the game. So I feel like some Destiny players, maybe they might give this a shot and be able to like not let the outside noise stop them from forming their own judgment, because people already got their judgment made up. Game hasn't even been out yet, but the internet's already saying it's Concord Part 2 and blah blah blah. So
if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna go first just because I do have to go bounce and work out. This game literally reminds me of Destiny. Like I saw the part where like he punches, and to me it literally looks like how the Destiny guy punches. So I think a lot of Destiny players might check it out, in my opinion. So I think a lot of people will try it. I just don't think it'll do well. Unfortunately, I mean I don't want people to lose their jobs and all that stuff, but it's like I'm not gonna play a game just to play it for no reason and no fun, right? That's stupid. Like I play games for me, not for you, kind of concept, right? So it's like make a good game, and you don't have to worry about other stuff. But if the game's not good, then the game's not good.
yeah. Well, if people don't take it onto it, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I feel like here the bad thing is saying a game isn't good nowadays kind of rough because some people just don't like a game because the internet says they don't like the game. And some people don't give it a chance. You're literally there's games like Marvel Avengers. When Marvel Avengers died, or when it didn't even die, and I had people I would play it, and people tune into my stream and be like, "You play that? I thought it was terrible." I'm like, "What?" So it's like, you know, the it's like a hive mind. So the internet says something's terrible, and a large majority of people might follow. So which kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
Well,
that does suck. But I'm gonna bounce, guys. Thank you for
All right,
having
man.
me for this short time frame. Enjoy
See
the
ya.
rest of your show, guys. I'll catch
Have a
you
good
later.
day.
Popping in. But when one goes, another one comes in. So this is the first time this person is coming on the show. I know we were chatting a little bit in one of my comments, so I don't really know you at all. I know, I think I met you from Doc Dark's channel. So I'm gonna pop you in. Please don't do anything crazy. The last time I let somebody know, that was crazy. I'm gonna pull you off so fast. If you say anything crazy or doing, if this is like a stunt just to be funny, I'm yanking you super quick. But I welcome you if you got good stuff to say and want to be a part of the conversation. So with that being said, I'm gonna bring on. I can't see your full name because the way this thing cuts it off. So here we go. Bam. What's going on, man? How's it going? Welcome to the show. It's Devil, right? So you might have to, it might have you muted. If it does, you have to click in the upper left-hand corner and where it shows like a little picture of a camera or a mic. You have to give it control over your camera or your mic just so you can be able to talk. Not your camera, but your mic. And then I think what people have been doing is if you are muted, you could click off and come back on, and it'll bring you back on. But I'm gonna give you like a couple seconds to say something. If not, I'm just gonna assume you're trying to troll. All right, there we go. So just jump back on if you can. All right, so Blizz, what you got to think to say about? Do you think Destiny players might jump on this?
Who?
He's taking care of ISO's kid. Maker, what about you? You think Destiny players
Um,
might?
Well, the problem is I think there's already like you're talking about how like people talk, and then when people talk, it just kind of compounds people's like disinterest in games. When the first like news of Marathon came out, one of the first things we found out was they brought in a bunch of people who play extraction shooters to play Marathon early, and when they said, "Please raise your hand if you would buy this game on launch," and none of them raised their hands, was a bad sign. So I think that's not a great thing to hear about.
So I just want to thank ISO real quick for donating to my McDonald's apple pie. So I will be getting a McDonald's apple pie, and maybe what I should start doing is making a video. Like if somebody actually donate to the cause, I'll make a video of me going to get the apple pie. But thanks, ISO, I appreciate it, man. All right, so hold up real quick, Maker. Let's try to get Devil on. Hey, TPG, you got a problem with McDonald's apple pies? I see that face you making, man.
I think it's funny.
All right, I'm like, bro, what's wrong with the McDonald's apple pie? This hater over here, man.
Hey, man, nothing wrong with apple pie, especially when it's fresh.
Right, I'm just checking, man. I was like, oh, look at this guy. All right, Devil, can we hear you?
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go, loud and clear. What's going on, man? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
So I woke up this morning. I checked my YouTube replies, and it said, "Now your mama knows made a short about you," and I was like, "What the hell?" I didn't even know you could make shorts as replies. So yeah, what problem do you have with Duck Dark? Like, okay, here's my problem with your video. Here's my problem.
Okay, real quick.
I'm gonna mute myself for the record.
All right. Okay, cool. Hold up, real quick, Devil. Let us finish this. Join in too. We're talking about Marathon, and then I want you and me.
My thoughts on Marathon. It's trash.
Okay, and why?
The game looks like it was made in 6 months, and according to I forget what YouTuber, maybe it was Reforge. I'm not entirely sure. Apparently, there's some truth to that. I don't know how true that is.
So I thought.
So what he's talking about is the Chris Barrett thing. You're talking about the Chris Barrett thing.
I don't know. I just heard it from offhand source.
Yeah, so
really fast.
That's the thing with this whole thing with them coming out with this game. Like in the middle of them going through all kind of controversy, we know the CEO of Bungie, bought all these cars. We know, there's this Chris Barrett who they just kicked out of Bungie who's working on Marathon. Now they replaced him with somebody else, the guy from Valorant. And it's like we don't know who's left in Bungie. We don't know who's left in Bungie because most of Sony absorbed them. So it's like, what's the point of coming out with this game?
Wait! I thought Marathon was that original game they had they had talked about before. They
revamped
that's what I heard.
They revamped this. They revamped the IP into something different. This ain't a single player game.
Okay, I got you.
That's all. It's a single player game.
Cherryman Game is in the building. All right, well, let's get through this Marathon thing because I feel like it's taking up a lot of time and it ain't even that big of a deal.
It is a big deal because this is what everybody's talking about right now.
I think it's only a big deal because Sony spent what was it, like 3-point-something billion on Bungie, and if this flops, then that's not a good sign.
Yeah, this is basically their last hurrah.
I feel like Bungie went downhill when they joined PlayStation.
It definitely feels that way.
When they left Activision, that's when they started going downhill.
They went downhill when they stopped making Halo. That's when they went downhill.
No, you know what? I used to be into Halo, but I think me personally, I remember when I didn't know what Destiny was, and they made a bold statement. They said Destiny is our new game that's going to be bigger and better than Halo in every way. And I was like, what? And then I'm not gonna lie, I really, really, really was into Destiny 1. Like it really was probably one of the one of the biggest, when I think of big moments in gaming in my life. Now, mind you, I'm a console guy, so on PC, you guys did this before, but I never forget. My friend got me the alpha, and I was playing Destiny. I was like, okay, what is special about this game? And I never forget, we're on a planet, we're running, and then we see enemies. We go to fight enemies, and I'm like, wait, there's another character on here. How the hell he get in my game? He's like, what? I'm like, how he get in my game? He's like, what you mean? Everybody, people are in the game. I'm like, because on console, people aren't in your game unless you, up until that point. People wasn't in your game unless you invited them in the game. So I'm like, what the hell? People could just be in your game. He's like, yeah. I was like, can they see me? He's like, yeah, I can see you. I'm like, well, will he team with me? That was like, I mean, not really. They don't have a reason to. And then a public event happened, and then we all just joined in and was doing a public event, and that blew my mind. I was like, now I understood, like, you know, PC been doing that forever, right? But for console, I was like, damn, somebody was able to be in my game without me. So I will say, for me, and I know there was a couple other games like maybe Final Fantasy 14 or whatever that was a MMO, but for me, Destiny did kind of wow me with some of the, you know, the PC style stuff it brought to consoles. So I will give it that credit.
Right. So the dev from Concord chimed in. This doesn't quite help anything.
Oh, this right here said to call this game a failure before it's even out is wild to me. A man's marathon draws some inevitable Concord comparisons. A former firework dev urges folks to let Bungie cook. I don't see
the
the
thing is
comparison.
that I see this, and I see videos on Shroud, and he's like, "Well, yeah, marathon's gonna be something. It ain't gonna be, you know, it ain't gonna draw out, you know, for the long term." And I'm like, "How are you talking when your game just got shut down, Shroud?" My Spectre Divide lasted 2 weeks just like Concord.
Hold up, but what's
I think he's more so the sponsor of that. He didn't make that game, I don't think.
And what's the console comparison though? Like, somebody explain what's the comparison to console, because I don't even see. They don't look alike. They're different style. One's a hero shooter. One's a extraction game. Like, what is similar?
There's no similarities.
Huh?
There is no similarity.
Okay, so that's what
it's just $40 game, you know, live service coming up at the wrong time. You know, there's all these other games out, Fortnite, Warzone, Apex, that are doing it. Nobody can stop playing them.
JD's in the building. He said Marathon going to have the gunplay and lore. He said stop. And then he said Destiny was before the PlayStation acquisition. And then Wilson said Destiny was sold as Halo and Call of Duty having a baby. And then JD said Destiny 1 was top tier gaming. Yeah, I think Destiny 1 was
Yeah, so IGN's basically saying that Marathon's going to be like the PUBG to Fortnite.
I don't.
Or
But Fortnite is also not an extraction shooter, so Fortnite is a battle royale. So I don't. I feel like all these claims are so off. Like, as a gamer, I just feel like nothing's making sense to me. Like, why would you?
I have to say, I feel like people look at Destiny with rose tinted glasses, because Destiny launched in a really messy state, and same with Destiny 2. Like, a lot of Destiny and Destiny 2 didn't really get good until like maybe like the third expansion release, and that's not a good thing to say.
Right.
Right. But I mean, Destiny always had that it thing that kept you on it, and it survived for 10 years. Yes, and this is the same Bungie who knows how to make a live service last.
I think they're always good at making the gameplay fun. I think that's the big thing. I would never say that like either Destiny is as good as like the older Halo games, but like they still made good games, right? Like, they're not bad.
I think the thing is they're different style games, but me personally, I was a big fan of the first Halos, but I still think Destiny was better because it was an MMO. So I feel like it took what Halo was and went to the next level. Halo was my normal, stereotypical, like, you know, not Call of Duty, well, Call of Duty, if you will. I was thinking James Bond, GoldenEye. You know, it was first shooter game. You had a campaign, you had multiplayer, and that was it, right? And you loved it, right? You know, it was cool. But then Destiny put multiplayer and campaign wrapped into one thing, and it was like, what the hell is this? And they did a great job for me. So I feel like it was Halo and beyond, if you ask me. But what do you got on the portal, man? All right, so anyway, are we done with this
got the video 2K25.
Oh, okay. All right, so hold up. Let me do it. I got a couple. I got one thing I want to pull up. Give a shout out to FCAT for this.
That was gonna. Arc Raiders, the Arc Raiders thing.
Yes, I wanted to bring up the Arc Raiders. So, guys, Arc Raiders. If you don't know what this is, I'll pull up a trailer. But they have a you can sign up for the tech test demo. So that's pretty cool. I did sign up, so thank you for that, FCAT.
So the other thing I have to say about this game is I sure hope that all the people who were scared of the rainbows on Concord hate on this game too.
Wait, what are you talking about? Are you still talking about Concord?
No, I'm talking about Concord. Like, remember all the people that they complained about the rainbows in Concord and the
Oh God!
And stuff like that. That's in our graders. That's in the logo. They get a rainbow.
That was a very bad joke, by the way. But I get where you was going with that. You just didn't get that. You know, we didn't hear that. You know that.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, but anyway, this is Arc Raiders. They showed this off many years ago, back when Stadia was around, and it's kind of like a PvP game where you're like, you got these like super jumps that can launch you in the air really high, and these big giant spider-looking robots, and I don't know. I'm waiting for them to show some actual gameplay, but oh, I guess that's it. It's like sign up for the tech bait demo. All right. Well, you gonna show us anything? So hold up. Let me find something. Let me see. Arc Raiders official gameplay trailer. Here, let's try this one. Oh yeah, this might have been the official one, right? That came out back in the day. Yeah. So this is kind of what Arc Raiders look like. It looked pretty cool back in the day. I mean, this was so long ago that I lost a lot of interest in it. Or I lost interest in it, period. But if it does, you know, I would like to play, you know, the beta and be a part of it. That would be cool.
Is it like more like a Starfield game?
Type? No, I think it's like your team against another team. Well, a bunch of teams, right? FCAT isn't like 3v3v3 or something like that. I think
it's changed over time.
Yeah, so I don't think it's like Starfield was just like a one-player game. This is definitely a multiplayer game.
Yeah, it's multiplayer. I think they've changed it to like multiplayer co-op. Yeah, I don't know to what extent though.
Yeah, so here's some little gameplay. I remember this was back in the Stadia days. It looked pretty cool. This part, you got all these people on the screen and
nice.
Yeah,
nice.
I mean, that's looks kind of cool.
Yeah, there was a game not too long ago. I forget what it was called. But it was like this. You know, it was like Outriders. And that thing got shut down.
Well, the cool thing with Outriders is they made it clear it wasn't a live service game. They said if they add content, you know,
it was like Outriders. I forgot the name of it.
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, because they shut it down.
So I'm gonna put the link in the chat for you guys, though, if you guys want to try to sign up for the test for it.
Yeah,
so here's the link. I just want to pass that on, so you guys click on it.
I think this is going to be a paid game.
Yeah.
It's not going to be free anymore. At first, it was supposed to be free. Now I'm hearing that it's going to be a paid game.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was going to be paid or not, but I don't. Now I put the link in there. I don't know if it's going to allow me to add a link because I didn't see the link pop up yet on YouTube. So how can I give you out a link? Well, if you guys come to the Discord, you could definitely get the link. But anyway, I just want to show that. All right, so now I want to do this real quick. We're going to get into the Switch. But before you do that, I don't want to kill Devil's time. Devil, can we call you Devil? What can we call you?
Yeah, Devil's fine.
Okay, cool.
Damn it.
Also, want to just let you know, a lot of my takes are stuff like I'm a gamer, but I always want to have some type of humor in it. I never want to have beef with people. I never want it to be like serious. So so I don't want you to I don't want to also you feel like I'm backing down, but I also don't want you to know I don't want to put any animosity. Like you watch certain content creators and you feel like if they met in person they'll kill each other. Like I don't ever want that to be me. I wear a cowboy hat. I make fun of myself, right? So but I love gaming and I'm gonna have my own strict opinions, but I also just want you to know it's no animosity, it's all love. But let's talk. So what Devil is talking about is this. So I made a response to his comment, and mind you, I'm late. So when it comes to YouTube gives certain content creators, Dr. Ark used to do this too, but he stopped. They give you the ability to respond to a comment with a short. So for me, I learned from Red Giraffe. I won't go into it, but if you do too many shorts, your channel could turn into a short channel. And that's the only thing that's going to grow on your channel, shorts. So YouTube are pushing shorts heavy now. They actually just changed something to where they give you more credit for just the view versus you had to have people. They only give you credit for whoever watched the whole short. So now my shorts went from like 400 or 500 views to like 1,000 something views, right? But what I don't want is people just only watch shorts on my channel. So again, my shorts is only to respond. So I always wait like 2 or 3 weeks and then just respond to like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shorts. So I responded to Devil Short with this right here. So here you go. Devil Shooter, I hope you didn't think the Cowboy King of Entertainment was going to let you run around there being a fanboy. Your head is so far up Doc Darks that you come over here on my channel having a problem. Get your head from underneath his ball. Devil. All right, so obviously those wasn't the kindest words, but if we look at
I don't
Devil's
care about the words.
The Devil said, "So you mad at Doc for stuff he never said? His video aligns with what he's talking about." So I made a video and messing with Doc and Devil. I think I sent you a couple videos. I don't know if you watch them, but for full transparency, me and Doc are like this. So if you ever got to ask him. We met in person. I could call Doc right now on his phone number. He has my number. We have no beef. So, but what me and Doc do, we trash talk each other. But we know it's for fun. So our audience don't realize, and I'm gonna say the most craziest stuff about Doc because he's a showman. He can handle it, and trust me, he'll watch a video and be cracking up. I literally made a video saying Doc Dark is my favorite content creator. So. But again, people won't know that if you just watch a video. So yes, I made my video and I was messing with him. But I will say this, Doc has many times came on the show and even on his own content and been one of the people, not that he was defending Nintendo, but people have this thing where, oh, you can't talk about Nintendo. So my video was just lighthearted. It was just making fun of the people who've ever said, oh, you can't talk about Nintendo. Oh, Nintendo's above everybody else. Oh, Nintendo will sue you. Oh, no one messed with Nintendo. So it was more coming from that angle that, watch here. It's funny to me that Doc's making a video complaining about the prices. So my point was just to make fun of him saying, bro, you one of the reason why the price is high because you always said don't mess with Nintendo. So that's what my video was. But you did respond. And so I'm obviously like a couple of weeks late to responding. So that was, the way I wanted to respond. But you have the floor, sir. I want you to, actually explain, how Doc wasn't talking about that and, whatever you want to say. So go ahead.
Oh, am I still? I can't
okay,
see
hold
you
on.
guys.
How about we do this? Let me drop this down.
My bad. I'm not used to this. So Well, my only issue with that video is that you try to make Doc seem like a Nintendo fanboy, and he's not. Like
This
far
is true.
from it.
I
Like I wish I would have taken some notes because I don't remember the full context of everything. But for the most part, like I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So I will say this. I
uh,
admit,
like
I really
you made
did
him
try to
sound like
make
a
him.
Nintendo fanboy. I'm sorry.
No, you are 100% correct, man. I did try to make him look like a fanboy. I mean, I never. Here's the thing. I didn't word it as he was a fanboy, but I made it sound like he was defending them so much. But in my head, I wasn't thinking that somebody would watch this video and not know where it was coming from. I thought it was a general because the content creators make it like, oh, you can't talk about Nintendo. They never, and it'll be people who don't even like Nintendo, like Doc. But he would just come on here like, oh, you can't talk about Nintendo. And that's like a general thing content creators would do. So it's like, who can't? And I've been known as a Nintendo hater. I kind of always be talking trash because I was a big Nintendo fan, but I feel like after GameCube, for me, they kind of went downhill. I feel like they wasn't competing anymore of giving you a box that was going to say, hey, we want our games at front, but we want the third-party games almost as good as our first-party games. I feel like after GameCube, they put out the Wii, and it was like, well, we got the little big head Mii's or whatever it's called, and I was just like, who is this catering to? So, but you are correct. I
So
did. Go ahead.
one of the things I took issue with that video is that at
Okay.
some point in the video you said leave Nintendo alone. Doc never said that. He said Nintendo can get away with it. Those are two completely separate things. Nintendo can get
I'm pretty
away with
sure.
something is saying more so talking about the community of yeah, Nintendo will get away with whatever the fuck they want to.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cussing.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's all
I
right.
don't like that's the general outlook of Nintendo from the gaming
Right.
community as a whole is that they'll get away with it. Now, if you want to make the argument that we might have been wrong on that because Nintendo's actually getting some real pushback and there's a rumor saying that they might be lowering the prices. So maybe Nintendo does listen. Maybe our voices do reach out to them. That's yet to be seen yet, but I'm just saying when you say like leave Nintendo alone, like Doc never said that, and he
So
never
I
even
will say
alluded to
this.
that.
I will say this. Yes, my video was me responding to his video, but I guess I didn't explain it. I'm saying in general, like if you look at my channel, if you just go to my channel and search Doc Dark, matter of fact, I'll do it
No,
myself.
dude, I know that you're friends with him. I saw dude. I saw his response. He clearly said in the video, "I met him in real life. I know you're cool with him. I know that."
No, I'm just saying, like, Doc's been on my channel so many times that I'm pretty sure at some point he has said, leave Nintendo alone. So I guess I wasn't really thinking about, oh, yeah, I was responding directly to the video. I guess I was just, messing
It
with Doc
depends on
in
the.
general.
I watch nearly all Doc's videos, and I can't not recall him saying that. And even if he did, I'm sure the context wasn't being a fanboy. I'm sure the context was
But look, you
something
see,
completely
so
different.
can you see my screen right now?
One sec.
Okay. Just let
Yeah,
me know when you can see it.
I can see it.
You can see it?
Yeah.
If you just look, I mean, I got so many videos with Doc coming on the show, with me making a
Yeah.
rebuttal. I mean, it's so I think I've made the most amount of videos on Doc than anybody else. I mean, I'm just scrolling and it just keeps going and going. I'm pretty sure at
I
some
didn't.
point, if I
I didn't.
search, I
I'll
could
be
find
honest.
that
I
Doc
didn't
said,
realize
leave
you.
Nintendo alone.
I didn't realize you made so many videos on him.
Oh,
I
nah,
just
man.
come across your video randomly, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, man,
Yeah.
Doc is my guy, man. I mean, he
I
is
understand that.
literally,
I know that.
yeah, he is. In my eyes, Doc can't do any wrong. Now, I've been missing in action for a while. So the thing with Doc is, I used to work at a job where I was able to put my headphone in. I saw every single Doc video. You think you're a fan? I was a super fan, and I got to meet him in person. We're cool,
I'd be
right?
willing to bet that I knew about Doc's channel before you. because I found him before Griffin Gaming made a video on him.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know. Like, I found out of him because I was into cloud gaming, and then somebody introduced him to cloud gaming, and then we end up meeting, right? So
MM2K with them.
yes, MM2K, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, and me and MM2K had a beef,
Because
and
MM2K talk about Doc Dark, and he's trying to get Doc Dark into cloud gaming, and Doc just straight up said, "Dude, if I don't like it, I'm gonna bash
right.
it."
Yep, you know it. So that's how we
Yeah.
met, and we became cool. And I think the thing with Doc that I always admire, oh look, ISO and Doc know each other in person, and ISO said,
Yeah, I know.
He has said that. You were right, Cowboy. Doc has said it. Trust me. But again, I didn't think of the people who didn't know like me and Doc's history, so I didn't realize people didn't realize. I'm whenever I make a video on Doc, bro, is love. I know I'm just making it so he could crack up, and he's gonna be watching it laughing, right? So I did.
Well,
If you're correct, when you look at the video, it looked like I'm rebuttaling his video, and I'm making it seem like it's stuff he didn't say. You're 1,000% correct.
Well, around the time I found your video, I forget the name of this guy, but his name's like Gamer Studio Live,
Okay.
something like that. Do you know who that guy is?
I'm not sure. No.
I might be getting the name wrong, but he made a nearly 3-hour video ripping into Doc. For some reason, he thought Doc was a PlayStation fanboy, and that was like,
wait, is that the guy name? Is his name like Game Sir or something like that?
Game Studio Live. I don't remember.
And he was like, he probably cursed a lot in the video, right?
I don't know if he cursed. He probably did.
Well, I know it was one dude that was really toxic that came into the community.
Yeah,
and he was like, his name is Game something, and he was like trying to bash everybody.
Yeah, to be fair, I found your video either a little bit after or a little bit before his video. And I was already in that headspace of like, oh, people are already going after Doc for like no fucking reason. Like,
got you. Yeah.
He's already one of those YouTubers that's already trying to be grift on, essentially. And
right.
I can't stand the grifting YouTube mentality.
So,
it pisses me off to no end.
So my thing is,
I thought so. That's a little bit of context on why I maybe responded a little bit hostilely.
I got you. And listen, you know what the thing is? I feel like here's my thing. I man up. I say anybody who make a video, a comment, a post is fair game to the world because you put your stuff out there public. So for me, it doesn't bother me when anybody respond because I did it to myself. So for me, and the thing is to be fair. Like you have a perspective and I have a perspective, but guess what? If I didn't make the video, you wouldn't be able to see it, right? So it all falls on me. So the best I can do is explain.
I'm not mad about the video or anything.
Oh yeah, and I just want to be fair. Like I like to hear people out, and yeah, I made it sound
same here, man. I commented to you.
Yeah,
and I put the little smiley face because I'll be honest, I think you wouldn't have challenged me because that's something I like to do.
Right,
and next, no one wants to do it.
Listen, I was going to say this. I just feel like I'm not this stereotypical YouTuber. So here's the thing. I had my channel since 2011, but it was mainly vlogging. So I came in the game with my real life. People see my real name. I'm just you. If you paid attention, you probably know where I live at. Like you see my wife walk in earlier, brought me dinner. Like I just try to be real. So for me, I'm not like I don't even know what a grifter is. So I don't know some of the terms. I'm just I'm just
a YouTuber who hates another YouTuber, essentially.
Okay.
They tried to spawn up false narratives. If you want to see like an easy example, just look up Reforge Gaming. He gets gripped on a lot. MBG gets a gripped on a lot. Pretty much any PlayStation fan channel will get gripped on a lot because there's a lot of hate.
Right, you seen what happened to King Thrash?
Yeah, dude. King Thrash is my bud. I used to talk to him on. Not daily, but every now and again.
So
yeah, he got his channel taken down. Yeah.
Did you? So you've been following King Thrash for a little bit?
Yeah, I knew King Thrash before I knew him before he started making content. I don't know if he made his channel.
Right.
Because I was part of I knew King Thrash.
Here's what's crazy. King Thrash and I, another cool guy. I got his phone number. I could call him right now. King Thrash, actually, my channel was always called Now Your Mama Knows. About 2 years ago, I changed my channel name to Cowboy King of Entertainment because of King Thrash. He invited me to do, you might have seen this, and didn't realize it was me. He invited me to be part of a charity event where the main event of their charity was raising money for kids and everything. It was really nice. Him and I went against each other in Tekken, and we were the main event. So he had some stuff, I had some stuff, so we had to do the match early. Well, either way, he was like, dude, every time you come on my show, people are like, who's the cowboy dude? How do I find his channel? And he always try to say, now you're whatever. So he said, bro, you got to change your name. I thought he was joking. He was like, no, bro, you got to change the name of your channel. So because of King Thrash, I literally changed the name of my channel. But over the 2 years, I changed it to this, to that. I was trying to find myself. And when I finally moved to Florida, I realized, let me just bring it back to a Now Your Mama Knows. That's what my channel always was. Got a picture of my grandma on my shirt. So you know what? I brought it back. But yeah, King Thrash and I, cool dude, cool people. Now we have beef. Everybody when you meet in the community, you always have beef first. That's just the way it is. You're a content creator, you put your chest out. And I got some, when I beat him, mind you, I beat him in the main event of that charity stream. They raised over $5,000, probably more. But he was a sore loser about it. He was like, yeah, well, you think you really beat me? I was like, bro, please don't try to say you let me beat you. So I made a video on him and say, well, no, first before he said that, I made a video on him. He would have did the same thing. So I made a video saying I killed King Thrash. I got a picture of me dropping his body in the grave. And so then he went on talking about like, oh, I let you beat me. I was like, bro, don't do that. So then I made another video saying you're a sore loser. So anyway, but King Thrash is a good, that's my dude. If you ever watch a show, say Cowboy, he'd be like, oh, snap, he'll start cracking up. But anyway, I just want to explain to you is, you know, no beef at all. But I think what people don't do, they don't give people like you the opportunity to respond. Nobody's gonna, like, if you wrote in the comment and be like, let me say something. Sometimes they might read your comment. They might, most of the time, they're gonna skip over your comment, especially if you're saying something legit or credible. Because I'm not a YouTube guy, I'm just a regular me. I feel like, why not let you speak? So once you wrote, I instantly said, bro, I'll bring you on. I'll bring anybody on. I just don't want, you know, somebody to come on and do something crazy. I'll say that again.
That was pretty cool of you, man. Yeah, that's
definitely.
really cool that you said you'll bring me on.
Man. My thing is, I feel like I want to be the channel where it's for everybody, right? Like, yes, it's my channel, but dude, you might be saying some great stuff in the comments. I'd be like, man, I wish he could say it live. I offer, hey, here's the link, jump on the show, be a part of the panel. And you might jump on it. Everybody be like, bro, he was killing it. That, you know, like, I feel like I understand why. Like, I'm cool with Reforge Gaming too. And he told me, like, I shouldn't let people on. One, the focus should be me. So everybody should come for me. And let's say you get on and people are like, bro, I like Devil more than Cowboy. Then they're going to watch you. But I always say this, I'm not the gatekeeper of entertainment. If somebody come on my show and meet you and you got a channel and they watch you and not me, then I did my job. Because why would I want to keep people to me if they might like you more? That's not fair to you or the person who want entertainment. So for me, I'm not threatened by somebody not watching me to watch somebody else, because I was doing this for 9 years before I even thought to get my channel monetized. I had never even thought about monetizing my channel. And a friend of mine said, dude, why don't you get your channel monetized? I was like, man, nobody care about that. So he challenged me. He said, do it, take a challenge. Get your channel monetized in 1 year. And I did it in a year and a month. But anyway, I say that to say this. I just think YouTube should be for everybody. Now, I get it. People make money. Reforge Gaming, it's a business. It's how he feed his family. I understand. I'm not telling him to do what I do because it would be silly, because people will come on here saying crazy stuff, clipping it. You know, I just don't care if somebody come on and clip me, because I just try to be real. Like, you could clip me that I let somebody I don't know come on and they said something crazy. That's not my fault. I ain't never gonna say something crazy. So I'm not threatened by the public just being a part of the show. So I just want to say that. But no, I do want to apologize for I misled you.
Apologies not needed, man. Apologies not needed. It's all good.
Well, listen, man, I'm glad you came a part of the show. You're welcome to come on anytime you like. If you ever want to come on, be a part of the conversation. Tuesdays is usually when we do a show like this.
I appreciate it, man. I might take you up on that, though. My gaming opinion nowadays is go PC if you can, PlayStation if you PlayStation,
listen.
and that's really about it. uh, I don't really have much to say about gaming nowadays. Like, I'll say this: the way I want the gaming industry to be ran, it's dead. Competition's dead. So I just say fuck it. However the dice rolls, it's gonna have. It's how it's gonna happen. And
I mean, I agree with you. I think what I look at it this. I think what's cool is whenever you find a gamer who finds a game they love and then they just play that game, right? And that's what it's about. So you can't tell me that my game is terrible if I love my game. I
no,
can't tell you.
I was thinking more like what I call gaming politics side, like
Mhm.
PlayStation versus Nintendo and all that.
Correct.
I'm a very heavy believer in the old school ways the best competition, and I believe competition's dead. So whatever the hell happens now, well,
Right.
it's going to happen.
Well,
I mean, in
I
many ways,
think
people fought for
competition
it,
now
so it
is
is
for
what
your
it is.
entertainment, right? I think competition is if you watch the Last of Us show Sunday night and didn't play gaming, that just won, right? If you're playing Fortnite and you don't go to dinner with your wife, that just won, right? So I think competition is entertainment. So at the end of the day, like, yeah, kind of what you said, direct competition is kind of dead nowadays. So I feel like it's competition for your time. Like you could be doing this, but you're doing this, and that's
Yeah,
pretty much competition.
I don't want competition for my time because that means a whole bunch of gas games. That means a whole bunch of stuff I don't want. It means we're no longer focused on selling you something anymore. Uh,
Oh, but you just
I
mean in
have no
gaming,
interest
right?
in it. Yeah, I love gaming, man. I've been a gamer all my life.
That's cool, man.
Here lately, I just been playing like my PC and emulating a lot of stuff, just playing retro shit. Man, dude, I missed out on really good PS2 games that I'm playing now. Actually,
That's
one
cool.
of them I was playing Rido Kuzunoa just got a remake announced, so I'm excited for that.
That's cool. Well, let me do this. Let me bring the guys back on. I definitely want to
Uh,
give you and me a spotlight because that's
yeah,
only
thanks for that,
fair.
man. I
Yeah,
appreciate it. And
you're
it's
more
all
than
good.
welcome,
It's
man.
all good. Again, I thought maybe you were one of these grifting channels, and
Nah,
keep in mind it came right after I saw Gamer Studio Live's video that just eerily pissed me off.
yeah.
Man, don't. Yeah, but you
Nice.
seem like
Listen,
a
I
good dude,
totally
so.
understand how my video looked, so I do get it. I try to make it
I
funny
still
too.
think you mislead a little bit when you said leave Nintendo alone.
I
If
got you.
he said that, I strongly believe the context was not defending Nintendo. But
No, trust me. Doc has definitely said that, but he said it. He
I'm not about to dig through his channel to
I
find
got you.
that
No, but he
one clip.
definitely said it jokingly, like leave Nintendo alone. They can do what they want. That a
Oh,
lot of
I mean,
people
if
have
he
said
okay,
that.
then why are you making fun of it? If he's saying it as a joke, then what does it matter? See, uh,
Well, what's cool is my video was a joke. So, but
well, okay,
again, my video was made.
I guess a
My video
joke is
was
I guess a joke and a joke equals a positive. I guess so. There you go.
well. What's cool for me? My joke was made at Doc Dark to Doc Dark because I tagged his name. So I know he knows, what my joke was. Now, yes, a lot of people is going to watch that video and they don't know. Again, I at least explain it. Some content creators wouldn't explain nothing and be like, "Oh well." I at least,
No, I
if
mean,
anybody
yeah.
commented, I try to explain myself and show links and like, no, I try to make sure people know. Now, I wasn't like that because the thing is, I believe that it's cool that if you are a view, I don't like to say fan. So you're a viewer, Doc Dark, meaning you spend your time, could spend money, and I donate to him. But so you like a certain thing, and you feel some type of way if somebody coming against it. That's a human emotion and interaction, right? So it makes sense for you to respond to me like, "Hey, dude," right? So for
Well,
me, go ahead.
well, we're talking in circles now. I'm
All
just
right,
going to end it with this. I thought you were a grifter. I was wrong. I apologize. It's all good. And you can bring the people back on and talk about whatever subject you were talking about,
Definitely.
and maybe
Well,
I'll bring in my own thoughts if you guys
okay,
want
well,
me to.
listen. If you want to stick around, I appreciate it, man. Stick around, and I think we're mainly going to get into the Nintendo thing now. But I bring back TPG, Maker, Chaos, Blizzbang, and none other than wait, did FCAT leave?
He
I
might
think
have.
FCAT left.
You guys made FCat leave. Now
We
he's
made
the L cat, the
Oh,
leave cat.
my
I
bad.
apologize for
So
that. I know. I
so
apologize.
let's get into this Nintendo thing. All right, so
What the hell, Maker? What the hell, man? You take that shit off right now.
oh damn, no, Maker
This is
Chaos.
not a non-Nintendo podcast. We are negative towards Nintendo.
So I'm bringing this up. Somebody was they went to the Liberty to find the stats for like the Switch 2 versus a PlayStation 4. So it says here's some well, it's funny because that's Chariot Man Gaming, but he linked it. But that's funny because that's Chariot Man Gaming. That's everybody.
Pull it down to us.
Our very own guy, Chariot Man Gaming. Love the dude. Met him in person too. Got on a train, went all the way out to New York to meet him in person. Just for context, I met Maker of Chaos in person. So I'm one of those people where if I could get to you guys, I would meet you in person and make a video about it. And Maker of Chaos, with the Mario shirt on, he came to Philly, and I drove from New Jersey to Philly. He actually Maker of Chaos, the only person that came to my house, only content creator that actually came to my house before I moved from New Jersey. Anyway, so
this on you guys.
oh yeah, let's go. I'll go grab mine. So Chariot Man Gamer said here's a Switch 2 versus PlayStation 4 Pro specs. That shows without a doubt that the Switch 2 is more powerful than the PlayStation 4. It makes no sense. They try to compare the Switch 2 to PS4. So here's the thing with clarity on context. And thanks, Dodge Man, for the $2, man. I appreciate it. Dodge Man, another great content creator. He just finally beat Black Myth Wukong, and he beat it on my birthday on Sunday. So that was a good present to me because I kept saying he was going to quit playing the game. So I appreciate that. He said, get yourself a bonus pie. All right, cool. Now I'm going to get my wife an apple pie. So now I could get her one and get myself one. So I want to say this. I think way back when, and Maker Chaos, you're really good with all this stuff. You might be able to say it. But way back when, at some point, and years ago, people were saying that the Nintendo Switch was supposed to be as powerful as a PlayStation 4, not a PlayStation 4 Pro. So I think that's where people got this whole comparing it to the PlayStation 4. Again, it's not even out yet, but that's where this all started. That's correct, right, Maker?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, people just were comparing it. A lot of them compared it to the power of a PS4 Pro, which is accurate. Like I think the Switch is actually a little bit less powerful than the PS4 Pro, or a little higher. I can't remember.
Right. So anyway, that's where that whole thing started. So here's my point. To the people who have the backlash and they're upset about the Switch being compared, one, I'll say this: that's not my fault. I didn't start it. It was already a thing. But two, I think that's pretty bad look if a console is coming out, console/handheld is coming out in 2025, and we're still comparing it to something that came out in 2013. That right there is the problem. But I'll leave it right there. What do you got to say, Devil? I'll go down the list. So I'll go to you next.
My thoughts on the Switch 2's power. It can't run Final Fantasy VII Remake at 60 frames. That's all you need to know.
Dang. I mean, you know what? That's fair.
That's not a very hard game to get at 60, and it can't do it. So don't expect 60 frames outside of Nintendo's first party. That's the only stuff that's going to be 60 frames. But that's all I got to really say about it. So.
And I'm definitely going to circle back to the third party. So remind me if I forget. But what about you, TPG?
I think if we're seriously comparing, is this the Switch 2 or the PS Switch 1? By the way, just because
no, the Switch 2 versus the PlayStation 4. Now this PlayStation 4
Pro, so it's basically on the same level. Okay, so congratulations, you are on the lowest. You're comparable to the lowest end of this generation, where even modern games aren't being made for your console. And congratulations. I really want to see how Unreal Engine 5 games are going to run on the Switch 2, because I guarantee it's going to be a slideshow.
So I'm making a note. I'll get back to you. I want everybody to get to say something. Maker, what's your thoughts?
I mean, like, I think it's okay to compare because at least, like, if you wanted to compare it to something else,
Right.
Like this, like another console would be fine in my opinion. And I for price for performance, I think it's a good value. Like it's about
I
what I
agree.
expected, but I do think it's going to be a hard sell for those who already have a regular Switch that only costs them like 250 to 350. So it's going to be like $100, even more than that, even on the high end.
No, that's a good point. What about you, Blizz?
I don't know what to think about this console. But like I said, I think on that post, I was saying I think it's maybe compared a little bit to the PS5, more to the PS5, less toward to the PS4. But it depends because they show us notes, but there's probably something inside that console we don't know about. That's probably in 1 year or 2 year down the road, it'll be better. Run better power. They be able to develop the games better and things like that. Because remember, I think that when the first Switch came up, it took them 5 years to actually use the max of the capability of the console.
I mean,
That's
that's
what I'm.
fair. Usually, all consoles that they do, yeah, that is true. Like, remember the PlayStation 3 when it was almost out the window? They had like, God of War 3 and The Last of Us 1. It was like, look at these games, right? It blew you away. But I will say this: I think the issue for me is with Nintendo is they don't prioritize third party, right? They build
No.
their console to me around their first party games, which the graphics of those games you don't need the hardware to be anything special. So I think, listen, just to have a portable PlayStation 4 Pro power is cool, right? So I think the price for me is good. To walk around and have a portable console that could show graphics that would be on level of a PlayStation 4, I think for $450, that's not bad, right? Because at the end of the PlayStation 4, they start having pretty good games. I remember when PlayStation 5 was being announced, or when it was getting close to coming out, I was like, they really don't really need one just yet. So for me, I think the price isn't bad. Now, the $80 price tag, here's my issue. If PlayStation or Xbox already brought $80 into the conversation, then I'd be like, okay, what could you do? They did that. It's considered next gen. I mean, PlayStation 5 already brought $70 into the conversation. So then Xbox joined the conversation with $70. But the last thing I want to see is Nintendo looking games jump into the next level. And I understand that they are cartridges and cartridges cost more than discs. But it just feels like if PlayStation and Xbox start selling games for $80, that they follow the trend of a Nintendo graphics, I just feel like, man, where are we going? It took that looking game, if I point to a Mario Kart 8 or whatever, Mario Kart World, and be like, it took that game to make the games that look like this. If that was the case, y'all should have been charging $80. So I think that's my problem with the Switch, is that they don't prioritize third party. So I think D said it best, Devil said it best, is you play Final Fantasy VII Remake, you can't get 60 frames, right? So if you can get 60 frames already, you're already getting on a PlayStation, 5, right? What's the current thing? You're definitely getting a lesser version. I feel like, why should that cost as much? So I think that's my gripe. And I'm not telling nobody not to buy it. Listen, you do what you want with your money. Just my little 2 cents, if you will, is I just feel like the game, and I'll say my statement, I don't think you should pay for a game that got PlayStation 4 graphics more than you would pay for a PlayStation 5 game. That should be like a t-shirt if I could word it perfectly.
I wonder if they will bring achievements this time.
No, they've already said no
There's
achievements.
no achievements, no trophies, nothing like that.
Okay.
One
fact,
thing
I saw this YouTube video where someone was playing Xbox Minecraft on Switch, and like, because the Xbox account has achievements, the guy freaked out because he's like, "What the hell is this?" Because it showed an achievement he won on his Microsoft account. He's like, "What the fuck?"
So one thing that bothers me a bit is the price rise. So Nintendo's games are historically a lot cheaper than, I would even say, Xbox and PlayStation games. Right. So like I remember Breath of the Wild, I think, posted that the game cost them maybe 80 million. And when you compare it to like Sony games or Xbox games, like The Last of Us is like 300 million. Like Spider-Man was like 280 million, stuff like that. Like
Yeah, and then like
that's like 4 times the amount that Nintendo's spending on their exclusives. It just doesn't feel right that they're now charging $80 for these games. Like it just, especially when their return
it's
is
because
way greater.
Nintendo can do whatever the fuck they want.
See, there's my point. People, and Devil, I'm telling you, what TPG just said, people always do that. Nintendo could do this, Nintendo could do that. I'd be like, bro, why are y'all
And
never
guess
checking
what?
Nintendo?
Y'all,
Yeah, dude, there's a reason for
I think that's gonna bite them.
there's a
I think that's
reason
gonna
people
bite
say
them.
that though. There's a reason people say that.
because they will buy it. It does not matter how many you get
Yeah,
upset.
exactly.
Because
But
guess
I don't
what?
know. I
That
don't know
is-
for
Mass,
you
the
guys.
casual mass does not care. Well, they see, look at Mario, look at Pokemon. Do I even have to tell you guys how Pokemon cards have probably single-handedly fucking keep card shops and anywhere that sells them in business? Jesus
But
Christ.
I have a
Well,
question.
Nintendo literally can do
hold on,
anything.
hold on. Let
You
me-
gotta remember. Sorry to go on this tangent, but it's like these fuckers were selling cardboard, and it was selling out.
That's crazy.
Just
Go
does
ahead,
anyone
Liz.
not remember to Nintendo Labo?
I have a question. Back in the Super NES era, how much did those cartridge cost back then? Was it $80 also? No, because
What,
us
Super
in
NES?
Canada, Super
Cartridges
NES
back
games.
then was pretty expensive because they had like a lot of proprietary technology that had to be into it, and like a lot of like little chips and stuff. So it jumped the price way high.
Yeah, because
That's not the case anymore. Now they just use standard SD cards. So
Yeah.
And these fucking
it
SD
is
cards are
gonna
not
be.
even holding some of the full games.
Well, so to answer your question, I remember so I was working at Sears Frontronics department when the Nintendo 64 came out. And that's when the prices was, it depends on the game, right? So one game could be
Yeah.
69, one game could be 79. So they did have different prices, but honestly, they was the prices of games now. So yeah, back then.
The big difference back then is that the gaming industry wasn't as big as it is now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also partially why the prices were so high back then.
Right.
Now they monetize just about everything.
Yeah.
Guys, you need to remember this. Nintendo is the richest company in Japan. They literally have a fucking museum that Japan paid for.
That's deep.
I don't know if it's the richest company in Japan.
They are the highest value company from Japan.
We gotta Google it. But hold up, JD said y'all better be running those new games docked. And he also said y'all was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS4 before the PS5. Stop. He said stop. He said no one is leaving their console of choice for the Switch. And the last thing he said was it's either Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and a Switch 2. No one is converting exclusively to a Switch 2. No,
I shouldn't even have to look.
Final Fantasy VII comment. I stopped playing and then I waited for the PS5 version. So no cap here.
I shouldn't even had to look it up. Sony's from Japan and it's worth more than Nintendo.
Really?
Toyota's the richest company though. It's worth over 213
So
billion.
why was I hearing everywhere like Nintendo's the highest valued company in Japan?
Because no one fact checks anything. That's why.
Well, hey, I'm still right. They got the fucking museum, didn't they?
They do have a
other
museum.
company can you sit there and go like, yeah, they have a museum and they make video games exclusively. That's what they make.
I'm literally wearing a Capcom T-shirt from an art museum about Capcom.
Art museum.
But there's a bunch of museums. There's Ghibli Museum, which is about Studio Ghibli, which is a lot smaller than Nintendo.
For Nintendo right now, man. These guys are ripping you off.
I'm not capping for Nintendo.
One of the biggest
I'm not even
features
getting
of the Switch 2. One of the biggest features of the Switch 2 is the game chat. The rip off Discord.
Right.
You have to pay to use that, even though it's on the controller you paid for, and to get the console, to get the controller, and then you gotta pay for the voice chat.
You have
TBG.
to pay for PS Plus
So
for
a lot
Discord
of these.
on
Go
PlayStation as
ahead.
well.
Go ahead, Maker.
You have to pay for PlayStation to use it as well.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No,
You do not have to pay to
Right?
use voice
No,
chat
the
on
social features,
PlayStation.
right?
no. PlayStation, it's free. It's free. You have to pay to play online. That's all you pay for, which is
Yeah,
shitty.
I was
I
gonna
fucking
say
hate
that.
paying for online, but yeah,
I thought
it's
the
I was gonna
free.
social
say that.
features were part of it.
No,
Yeah, I was
no,
gonna say
you
a lot of
you can
the.
do everything free.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot
Sorry.
of the companies they have their own things that you gotta pay for, you know. So like we can nitpick all of the companies, they're all gonna fall short on something. I just
But my
feel like
point
this.
is, it's something they were advertising. It was the big feature they were showing off for like good 5 minutes. And it's like, oh, by the way, you got to pay for this too, even though it's a thing on your controller that's already there.
So here's the thing. I don't have a problem with that. I feel like they was
Yeah.
upfront about it. They said, look, you're gonna have to pay for it. I think it's gonna be free until March of 2026, and then that's when everybody gotta pay for it. So at the end of the day, I mean, that is what it is. But here's a little history lesson. This is my problem, right? I'll go into a little more with me feeling like us paying higher prices and Nintendo started. So we go back some years, right? Remember, everybody was bragging how Xbox had the better online, and PlayStation people was like, "What? We get it for free." And then Sony was like, "You know what? If they think their thing is better, and people are bragging that they pay for it, we're gonna make you pay for it." It's just like certain stuff in the industry. We literally watch somebody did it first. Something was free, no cost, and then people, gamers, well, that's what we do because we like it. We say it's better, and it costs more, and then the other companies say, "Okay, since you like that so much and y'all bragging on it, then we're going to raise the price too." And then the industry just follows. And that's just one example right there.
And I'm going to have what's the word I'm thinking? Unpopular opinion. PS3's online was better than modern days PlayStations.
Oh my gosh, that's a bad take.
No,
that is a very bad
disagree
take.
with that. That's
No,
very
dude. PlayStation 3 games all had dedicated servers. The vast majority of them.
Okay, don't be shit. Servers are garbage.
Yeah, the social
they weren't.
experience was
They were
way
free.
worse on PS3 than PS4.
Now that's valid. That's the only valid thing. But that to me, that's not worth paying for online anymore.
That was the whole point of online for me, was to play with my friends.
Hey, I pay for PlayStation Plus because I want the games.
So I say this. I think
I pay PS Plus just to play online, and it sucks, and I hate it. It's part of the reason I plan to go on PC next gen.
Yeah, I agree with you. I only pay for PS Plus to play online either. I don't care about the games at all. But
yeah.
I will say the PlayStation 3 was my favorite console of all time. I think that console was amazing.
PS2 here, but PS3 is a very close second.
Okay, you want a hot take from the PlayStation guy? I think a lot of people are nostalgia blind when it comes to the PS2. I think it's a little overrated.
I
agree.
I've been playing PS3. I've been playing PS2 games on emulator here recently, and
so here's what I don't get. So Devil, here's what I don't get. The people now, maybe because it was me and I actually sold it before I moved to Florida, but I actually had the 60 gig backwards compatible PS3. $600. I don't see how a PS2 was better than that when this could play those games and more, and it was able to do more. That's why I don't get when people say the PS2 was better than the PS3.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind you have the PS2 that's extremely rare. PS3, sorry. I wish I had, dude. I had a chance to get that, but I didn't know it was specifically the 80 gig. I got the 80 gig, and yeah, I missed out on a feature I really wanted, but whatever. It doesn't mean much anymore, other than having like a.
So guys, hold up real quick. My wife just came in here as she always do, and Maker. I'm glad Maker's because you know where Maker just came from. He just came from Japan. Oh, well.
Konnichiwa.
God damn it. She's about to make me look bad now, guys. All right, hold up. So my wife said I gotta try these Japanese pizza chips, but now she's not sure. So Maker, can you tell me what lettering is this?
Well, it looks like the last couple are like Buddha. It's problem is it's katakana, and I'm better at hiragana. So they
No,
have
no,
two
but is
written.
this Japanese or no?
That's Japanese, yeah.
All right, well, there you go. All right, cool.
I
She
can
said
already
she's
tell
right. All right,
it's
so I'm gonna try a
Try it.
Japanese
Try
piece
it.
of shit. All right.
Yeah, because I can easily tell that's katakana.
They're so good.
I feel like they're all right, but I feel like the flavor isn't that strong.
I like them.
I have some Japanese
Kinda subtle.
snacks here as well.
They're pretty good.
Sorry, guys. Hey, Devil, I apologize, but what you'll know about my channel is listen, we do it all over here. My wife might just walk in with food and whatever nonsense. Sandy, could you say hi to the
Dude,
people?
you're all good, man. You're all
Yeah, man,
good.
that's the same guy. Freaking.
Hi.
All right,
Yeah,
now
man,
get out
that's
of
the
here,
same
bro.
guy. His wife walks in with a plate of food, and he's like, "Okay, I'll mute myself while the rest of you talk."
I've got candies,
man.
like I've got this like rock candy that's in the shape of little flowers.
So Sandy,
Yeah, sure, man.
I gotta all right, she's going to get something. Devil, could you still see that? Could you still see my screen?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
What up?
Wait. Oh no, I was just asking you.
I got some Japanese goodies.
Yeah, my wife is coming in here with some nonsense. Cause I'm doing a show, man.
Man, she walking in, acting like she's the
Cookies
boss
and-
and something.
They've got a card.
Cookies and cream, cotton candy. That's what she got. All right, and what's this?
They're filled with like blue liquid inside of them gummies.
Blue liquid raspberry gummies or something like that.
Ugh.
We could have just did a video.
Y'all
with it.
has some weird shit over there in Florida.
And you peel to reveal a little character inside.
All right, so these are inside outs. You peel and reveal a little character inside them. Could I finish my show now?
Never.
And what the hell is this? Peels. Oh yeah, you guys was eating this the other day, right? So you peel
These
it.
are raspberry.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, you can wait till people.
Someone went to the candy store.
Get out of here.
You want to try this?
Sure. They only see a hand.
You try it.
Here, try it with me.
I tried it already.
Oh boy.
Man, I can't eat cotton candy. That tastes like air.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of cotton candy either. It's all right. I feel like the flavor. See, this is what they talk about when they say the U.S. need to like lower the sugar count and stuff. But if you do, you can do to like make that pop for so long. Now I'm like, this is so subtle. You know why? Because they want to be healthy. Healthy don't taste good.
You're essentially just eating sugar, but like it'll spin in the right direction.
You're right. All right. So anyway, that was I wanted to pull up these graphics with the Nintendo Switch. And we mentioned the Arc Raiders thing. A lot of times, if you guys want to see what's going to happen on the show, I'll put it in the Discord. So the Discord just literally has like all the different shows I'm going to do. If you guys are new, like you, Devil, my wife and I, we don't do it all the time. We used to, but we brought it back. So we got an adult show on Thursdays where it's not for kids at all, 18 up. I do a wrestling league. Been doing it for over 2 years, every single week, never missed a week. Called We Wrestle Wednesdays on Wednesdays. I always do the show on Tuesdays, and then I'm a wrestling fan. So on yesterday we did a WrestleMania prediction show. Next week we'll do a recap to see how was we right or wrong. But a lot of my channel is just pretty much kind of like what I feel like doing. So it never grows. It's not gonna be ever like Doc Darks because I always say I'm the worst thing to my channel. I ruin the algorithm. When I got videos that do good, my next video will be me going to get pizza or something stupid. And it'll be like, dude, YouTube probably is like, what are you doing? I'm like, because I do this for fun. I don't care about the money and the algorithm and the views. I just do what I want to do. But so guys, never follow what I'm doing on YouTube because I'm doing it wrong. Anyways, but that's Devil. That's a little overview of the channel. But all right, guys. So we got anything else we want to say about this? I'm not. I did announce tonight. I'm not going to do the Monster Hunter stream after this. What I'm going to do is hold up, Maker. Hold on, Maker. Show that again.
What the hell
I
are
was
you
just
holding
showing
up there, Maker?
some Pokemon stuff I got too.
Now, did you buy that from Japan?
Yeah, from the Pokemon centers. I went to one in Tokyo and another one in Kyoto.
Oh wow! So
Nice.
that's like official.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so happy you got to go, man. That was really cool.
It was fun. I had a good time. If you want to check out the photos, they're in Cyborg City.
Oh yeah, I'll go check him out. And Cyborg City is another guy, Ray. He's the nicest guy. He has a Discord. He allows anybody in, and it's just really cool. It's a kumbaya over there. It's not that kumbaya in my Discord. but
no, not for me.
But that's why I separated the gaming from the regular Discord. So if you want to go in there and want to kill each other over gaming, just go into the gaming Discord. And Blizz said he had to go. His phone was dying. So thanks for coming on, Blizz. I appreciate it. He haven't been on here in like years. So that was cool. All right, let me take this Nintendo thing off. I think we're done beating Nintendo up.
I think we're done being up Nintendo.
Not until next week. But
hey man, at the end of the day, I don't want the gaming industry not to have Nintendo, but I also want Nintendo to actually be better.
Love the Death Note cover.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's the whole entire series, but it's in Japanese, so I can't really read it. It's more for show.
Jesus, one thick ass book.
But I'm learning, so.
So we got Devil in here, and you're new in the building. So Devil, tell us like what gamers are you currently playing right now? We'll go around the room, but
right now,
yeah.
So I started a game back in 2019, and I have this weird habit of just stop playing games for some reason. Anyways, I told my friend that when I get my new monitor, I'll start playing this again because he wanted me to play it. And the game is Danganronpa V3. I'm on the 4th case right now. I'm literally talking to the
What is it called?
Danganronpa V3.
Danganronpa?
Yeah, Danganronpa. I started it way back in 2019. I just stopped, like on the 4th case.
I've heard they're good.
Do you guys know how Danganronpa works?
Yeah, it's like a mystery.
Isn't it like a murder mystery?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Each chapter, there's a killing. I'll let you guys play it. They're really good games.
It's a PC game, right?
No, it's on console.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I think the very first one
like
was
a
on
visual
PSP,
novel
actually.
kind of game.
Yeah, it's a visual novel. Yeah, and before that, I was playing Battlefront 2. Battlefront 2 was my to-go
classic
game.
or reboot?
Reboot. I'm a Max Leia and a Max Boba Fett. And let me tell you, when I play Boba Fett, the entire team will switch to characters just to counter me because they hate me. It's funny. But yeah, that's what I've been playing. Also been playing some Hogwarts Legacy. That
was the big free game for PlayStation Plus, by the way, this month.
What, Hogwarts Legacy?
Yeah.
Hogwarts Legacy was free?
Yeah, it's free with PlayStation Plus Extra.
Oh, I don't like PS Plus Extra.
Or Essentials, I can't remember.
And on the PC front, aka what my emulator machine, because my PC is kind of weak. I can't really play new games on it. I've been playing Digital Devil Saga 2. Has anyone, if you guys like SMT games or Persona, check out Digital Devil Saga. It's an underrated gem. It's fantastic. Highly, highly recommend.
Never.
But other than that, that's all I've been playing. Not too many new games that have been interesting to me. Monster Hunter Wild's not very interesting. I might get Lost Soul Aside. Raido Kuzunoa, the remake. Now that's exciting. Can't wait for that game to come out. Which I was actually playing on an emulator, but I'm going to stop playing it now because I'm going to play the remake. So
that's cool.
Nice.
Yeah,
what's cool, man, is as gamers, we have so many different games. So it's just cool when we come together because we can learn stuff from somebody else. Somebody's playing a game that you never heard of, and you're like, what's that? So I love to ask, like, what are you playing? Because that just everything you played, I don't think I've barely heard of anything.
Yeah, try Danganronpa. I think you guys will like it. It's really good.
That's cool. Well, Maker has a very unique palette, so he's usually heard of every damn thing. So,
Yeah,
that's what,
I play
you
a lot
know,
of stuff.
that's what's cool. TPG is a PlayStation fanboy, so if it ain't on PlayStation, he never heard of it. So
Sometimes I
you
hear
know.
about other games. Sometimes.
So I'm currently playing WWE don't count because I play that every week for the league. But I'm
Same.
currently playing Monster Hunter Wilds.
So.
They just added a new creature 2 weeks ago, I think, and you're supposed to get to level 50 so you can face some of the newer creatures. And I'm not there yet. So but I was doing a stream every night, every Tuesday night. But I announced that I'm gonna stop doing that. And then every week, what I'm gonna do is more just I'll play a different game and not the same game. But I'll try to do, a multiplayer game so other people could join. So it'd be, kind of like a community thing. So next week, I'm not sure, like, maybe 1 week I'll do Fortnite, I'll do Helldivers, just something like that. That's on the PlayStation. That's multiplayer. I'm currently playing Split Fiction. So I beat it with my wife. We streamed it from the beginning to end. We also beat A Way Out. We beat It Takes Two. So I told my son, I was like, that game is cool. So me and him is playing it. And tonight, when I stop doing this with you guys, I'm not doing a Monster Hunter show, so we could jump on and try to beat it tonight. What else am I playing? Something else. Man, I feel like I can't remember. But anyway, those are kind of like my current games I'm playing. TPG, what are you currently playing?
I am doing The Last of Us Part 2 permadeath run. So, and it's like it's per chapter. So it's like if I die once, I get set all the way back. So that's gonna be fun. Not on grounded. No, I don't hate myself that much. Okay. Nice bag. Let's see here. I've also been playing a bit Baldur's Gate, kind of checking out the new stuff they added with that final patch. Playing a bit of Fortnite. Kind of waiting for Days Gone remaster to come out to start streaming again. Mm-hmm. But I also want to start streaming The Witcher 3 again. But it's like the problem is like when I start streaming The Witcher 3, it's like it goes on for like forever, like 5-6 hours. I'm like, geez. I get up and it's like, oh my god, I can't. I don't want to sit anymore. I just will stand for like an hour.
So yeah, wait a minute. We got a celebrity in the building. It's the person I just made famous, Purple Haze. She said, "Let's go." She said, "Is that Maker?" Yes, Maker made it from Japan. I don't believe it. She said, "Mystic Fragments in the building. Great guy. Had me as a guest on his show. You guys got to check out that episode of What If, where he does one episode a month where he comes up with a topic and do a what if." And he had me as the most recent guest. And it was what if GameFly merged with a publisher like a Nintendo or a PlayStation or Ubisoft or something. Great video. Great stream. Welcome back, Maker, she said. Mystic saying hi to Purple. Dodgeman's in the building. Said we got a cowboy back on Man, I'm not playing Gran Turismo. I'm terrible. Dodgeman said, nah, I can't do it to myself. Let me see. Mystic said, does purple come from red? Oh, wait.
Oh my god.
Red, Nintendo and blue. PlayStation seems accurate. Ha ha ha. Doesn't matter where you game, Mr. Fragment. Ha ha. No, it definitely doesn't matter where you game. Doesn't matter, man. Yeah, we're not like that over here. So
play where you want to play.
Definitely make fun and talk smack, but to be honest with you, everybody's welcome, man. Hold on, let me pull up my thing. I haven't pulled this up in a while, but this is the way I feel about gaming. Let me see. I'm looking for not my background, but my overlay. All right, so this is what I feel about gaming. Whoops, not the console war. That's bad. That's a bad look. Gaming without limits. Play the games that interest you because you are a gamer, and that is my slogan when it comes to gaming. Mm-hmm. So just play what you like because you're a gamer. But if you do want to get into the console wars, you don't want to talk trash, we also got that for you too. And I want to say this to Purple Haze. Purple, you're a loser. All right? I beat you, I destroyed you, and you're still coming around here with that nonsense. Well, I want you to know this, Purple. The Cowboy King of Entertainment is always a winner. Everything I do is win. And you are the opposite of winning. And you know what you said about Microsoft? You said nobody likes a loser. Well, Purple, I want to tell you this. Matter of fact, I'm not going to tell you this. I'll have Chucky tell you this.
You're a winner. And you know what winners say. Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
I'm just saying,
I like that
Purple,
one, by the way.
I'm not here to babysit grown adults' feelings. All right. I'm just... Devil,
Well, I want to propose this question to everyone.
Okay.
So we know, yeah, GameStop's kind of like on their last leg, right? And a lot of the stuff they sell these days are popular as Nintendo. How would you guys feel if GameStop got bought out by Nintendo?
It's not going to happen. Why would Nintendo buy something that's dying?
Because they still do physical games and they still do a shit ton of merchandise.
But
and if you go into a GameStop these days, what are they selling most of?
The problem is
Pokemon stuff or Pokemon cards.
Most of their physical media is like sold in like Japan. I think Japan's one of the highest leading buying
what if
physical.
you can't get to Japan?
But GameStop's not popular in Japan. That's what I was gonna point out. Why would Nintendo want it?
And with
To
Devil,
get
what was you
Americans to buy their stuff.
I was just gonna say Nintendo will buy GameStop just to kill it. That's what they'll do.
Well, just remember, Reggie Fils-Aimé was in charge of Nintendo GameStop there for a while.
So wait. So let me get this right. So here's my thing with Nintendo. Even when I did the what if Nintendo took over GameFly, the one thing I had to realize was they would probably get rid of they wouldn't still allow you to rent Xbox and PlayStation, right? So I think the same thing. So you're saying, what if Nintendo purchased GameStop?
My idea would be
my
proposal would be this. Instead of them being GameStop, they'd be Nintendo shops. And they basically just buy GameStop out because they have so many areas. Then they can sell exclusively Nintendo products.
Yeah, but I think the store would be too big. So you think they could fit that much Nintendo? Think about it. When you go into GameStop, there's a Nintendo section. And there's a PlayStation section. There's an Xbox section.
So when you open up that whole store,
if they got rid of everything else,
all the PlayStation stuff, Xbox stuff, just Nintendo products.
What would they fit in there? What would they start bringing? Like
Pokemon plushies, Pokemon cards, Zelda merchandise, Mario merchandise, Metroid stuff.
They already do that now with GameStop.
Yeah. So what's the difference? The name. That's just one of those things I was thinking about. Like, because I went to a GameStop recently. I asked the employee, I'm like, so like, how much of this stuff do you guys really sell? They're like, we barely sell anything that's not Nintendo related. Like,
why would
legit.
The big question is, why would they invest in something physical when physical is slowly dying?
Because merchandise sales. That's where they make a lot of their money.
They already make a ton.
That's my train of thought.
Selling without.
Did you just show us a bunch of Nintendo stuff you bought?
Not a bunch, but like Zelda.
But you had to go to Japan to get that stuff. What if there was a location like that here in your state?
Yeah, no,
I can just order it online.
I think that's a bad take, but I mean, I see what you're saying. I just feel like Nintendo could just buy smaller store chains, a smaller store, and make it more beneficial. You come in the store and it's just a half the size of a GameStop, and
why not just put a section in Walmart and sell merchandise through Walmart? Well, I'm sure they probably already do that.
Yeah,
Oh, by the way, has anyone seen the Minecraft movie yet?
No, I don't have any plans of seeing that. I'm not a big fan of comedy.
I am not walking into the damn theaters and taking a chance at those fucking kids. Not a chance in hell, man.
Yeah, I've been hearing like crazy stuff been happening.
Dude, I saw like a video. One guy walked in with a live chicken, and none of the police stopped this guy. Oh yeah, just go walk in with a live chicken. Why not?
Speaking of the Minecraft movie, I saw a YouTube short that it's a sad YouTube short. This kid had like cancer or something, and He didn't have very long
Yeah,
to live.
I heard about that
And the
story.
one thing he wanted, was to watch a Minecraft movie, but it was like 2 weeks away from releasing, so he got to see it early. And
Yeah.
like 2 weeks later, he passed.
That's well, okay. I don't
Rest
want to
in
say that's
peace.
cool, but that's cool, but that's not cool. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
I
feel
did say
good
it's
story.
sad. Yeah, it's sad, but you know, at least
Uh,
the Minecraft movie made one kid very very happy. So
Well, I know Purple ain't still talking smack. She said, if you have to say you won, most likely you didn't win. No, I did win.
That's
Listen,
true. That's like
listen, the whole community knew I bodied you on my video. Listen, Devil don't even know you. And he watched Doc Dark's video where he said Cowboy body Purple. Devil, you seen that video, right?
I probably have, but I don't know who Purple is. So
Well,
it's
he
already
was
erased from my
showing
mind.
he was showing my
Yeah,
video.
maybe give me a synopsis of what happened. Maybe that will refresh my memory.
Yeah, well, the video was like 29 minutes long, and he was like Cowboy body Purple. He showed a video where I was messing with him about Nintendo, and then right after that, he showed the video that I made where I was coming at another content creator because they were saying that they was justifying Nintendo prices.
Yeah, I don't know the situation. I'm not going to comment.
Fair enough. This guy, man.
Maybe next show I'll catch up on that and give my opinion.
Purple.
As of right now.
Purple throwing out the assault there.
Hold on, let me see what Purple says. She said, easy to make a video when there isn't someone like, oh, Purple, listen.
Purple, you're always welcome to come on.
No, Purple came on last week. I don't want that again.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Purple, get in here. Come on. Cowboy needs someone to beat up on him a little.
I'm good. But anyway, let me close down this show because I want to jump on this game with my son so we could beat this thing and put a nail in the coffin tonight. I think we're almost close to the end. We're getting there, so we could definitely. He said he texted me, said he's ready, so we could jump on this and knock this thing out. By the way, that game is amazing, though. I will say that. And we're not there yet, but at some point we'll start having game of the year conversations. And I'm curious to see what it's going to be looking like for people. And I think
Auto 6.
Well, I mean,
there's two or three. There's 2 or 3 already up in the runnings. I feel like Monster Hunter Wilds and Split Fiction are for sure going to be up there.
And look at that, the 2 games I said I'm currently playing.
Kingdom Deliverance 2 potentially. I know if GTA comes out this year, it's definitely going to be in the game of the year.
I don't know, man. I feel like GTA the story has to be really good for it to be there.
They've always been consistently up there. Like if you look at the review scores, they're in the high 90s, which is like Split Fiction got like a 91, or I say in high 90s, but like 93, 94. I
don't look at the reviews when I think of Game of the Year. I just look at like the buzz of the game. You know what I mean? Like, yes, the reviews from the reviewers might be one way to look at it, but I'll have to see like what's the buzz of it when it comes out. Oh, he was saying he was leaving.
I think it's a mix of both. Like in GTA, it's gonna have the buzz. Yeah. If I look at GTA 4, it has like a 95. GTA 5 has a.
GTA will have the buzz, but will it have the buzz after we play the story? And will it get backlash from having bugs in the online mode? And so I know gamers are fickle. Gamers say they love it and want it now, and then it'll come out and gamers will turn on it. So I want to see like if it comes out and still if it comes out and people still love it, oh yeah, it's going to be nominated. You know,
I think it's going to have to flop pretty hard because I don't know. Like GTA is already going to have that buzz, which is going to put it up on the list. And then number 2, I mean, their track record's just super consistent. Red Dead 2 was nominated for Game of the Year. All the other GTAs.
Red Dead Part 1 won Game of the Year.
Yeah, Red Dead Part 2. I mean, it won a bunch of awards, but it didn't win Game of the Year.
Where did the PlayStation guy go? Because God of War won that year.
Yeah, God of War won. Yep, 2018.
I know a few people who say that it got cheated out of that award, but I
dude,
prefer God of
the
War.
internet was aflame when God of War won. I remember that. That was fun. That was a
I
fun
mean,
time
I,
on the
I
Wii.
I wanted God of War to win that year. I'm a big fan of the Game of Year awards. I know it doesn't mean anything. I just feel like it's like the Super Bowl for video games, you know. So if you like video games, it's kind of cool. Doesn't It's like Super Bowl. Hey, listen, what did the Super Bowl change in your life besides if you bet on something and won money? Nothing. You go back to just like WrestleMania is this weekend, right? But when Monday comes, it's gonna be over and nothing really changed. It was just entertainment. So the Game of Year awards, people get too crazy, but it doesn't mean nothing if your favorite game didn't win. You know. All right, Purple. Purple says she's busy, but she's gonna leave us in the background. I appreciate it. Well, I'm gonna get out of here soon anyway. But all right. Oh, look at the cat. What's your cat name?
This is a selfie.
Do you guys want to see another cat?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, hold on. I don't know how good this picture is going to be.
Went down.
Oh, look at that, man. Now I feel like I need to bring my dog in here, but she'll probably try to jump through the screen.
He loves to lay on top of people. Don't you,
Yeah,
Roscoe?
that's a big cat,
His
man.
name's Roscoe.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he doesn't get to go outside very often because we're scared that he'll run away.
Nah, I get that. Yeah. I do appreciate that. A lot of people don't come on and turn on the camera, so definitely, appreciate that, Devil. You don't have to. Obviously, it's not required, but
I mean, if I did, all of you would see me is just playing my game.
I got you.
I wouldn't be staring at the camera or anything.
I got you.
But I figured people wanted to see another cat, so.
Nah, definitely.
And now the light on my laptop is on. That's gonna bother me. I need to figure out how to turn that off. I'll do it later though.
But yeah.
Maker got all this stuff, man, that you stole from Japan.
Yeah. I got like a little whale shark from the Osaka aquarium.
Looks like what's the shark name on our Marvel Rivals? Jeff
the shark.
Man, I haven't played that in a while. I gotta jump back on.
I just played it long ago.
That strategy where the shark picks you up and throws you off the edge. Have they patched that out yet?
Yeah, that was crazy. I was doing that for a little bit. Oh, you got some what's that, the soda?
It's Sakura Cola. I got it at the Sky Tree in Tokyo.
That's dope.
It's like a pink soda.
So how did you you had a lot of fun? Would you go back?
Oh yeah, I'd go back. It was very pretty over there. Food was great.
I had the impression that you lived in Japan, so you just visited.
Yeah, I went for like 10 days.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Saw the Capcom art exhibit.
Nice.
Leon, Ryu, the little cat from Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah, Mega Man. Are you coming to Florida anytime soon?
Probably not for some time. I thought about it with the whole Epic universe. They just built the Nintendo Land in Orlando. I saw someone at the Nintendo Land in Osaka, and they said that the Donkey Kong ride was the exact same as the Donkey Kong ride in the one in Orlando. So just know that some of the rides are going to be the same.
Okay. Yeah, the Orlando one doesn't open till next month. So my wife and I, we booked our 10-year anniversary trip like a month ago, and we went to book it. We were looking at we were thinking about, okay, should we do the Nintendo thing, because it's June 14th. So on our anniversary, we were going to go to Universal Studios, and then the next day we we're going to go swimming with dolphins. But we were like, should we do the Nintendo thing? But I wasn't sure it's going to be brand new if I would like it. So I just went with what I know. So the only thing I ever did was go to Islands of Adventure, which is roller coasters. So that was more up our alley. But
it's fun. I always like Orlando. I will say in the Universal Studios Osaka, they had the Flying Dinosaur was like my favorite ride that I've probably ridden on in a long time. It's where you're basically like Superman, where you're just flat.
Okay.
And then you go on the roller coaster up
now,
and down.
let me ask you this. In Great Adventures, because that's DC, they had the Superman ride and you leaned down just like that, but we didn't like it because it was slow. So is the one you're talking about slow or no?
It is fast.
Okay.
Like click, 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 click all the way up to the top. And like you can see the overview of like Osaka. and then you just zoom down, and then it like spirals, and you're upside down, like
Yeah,
just
see,
staring up at the sky.
it sounds like Superman, but Superman was slow. That was just like, it was
No,
like,
it was
dude, this will
fast.
be cool, but why is it so slow?
No, it was
that
fast.
sounds fun.
That's cool. That sounds cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me, my wife and I, we love roller coasters. So, yeah.
I went
I-
to. I live in Georgia. I went to Six Flags over Georgia. I
Mm.
rode the biggest, baddest roller coaster, and I felt
What, the
I
King of
wasn't
Cod?
scared. I forgot what the name of it was. It's been a long time, but I rode it with like a straight face.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, so yeah, Great Adventures, it was in Jersey. It was one really close by. It's about 45 minutes away. And they just knocked down the King of Cod, which was the tallest, fastest roller coaster in the world when it first came out. So they said they're going to make something bigger. And I was like, whoa, that's
oh
crazy.
damn.
But that's cool, man. You live in Georgia. So I just moved to Florida 4 months ago, or about almost 5 months ago. So yeah, I mean, I'm down south now.
If Cowboy, I
Yeah.
was gonna say if only you still lived up in New Jersey, they had Cedar Point in Ohio was one of my favorite like roller coaster parks I've ever been. They a lot of cool roller coasters there, and they have the Top Thrill Dragster, which like at the time was like the highest and fastest roller coaster in the U.S. But I think it something else beat it, and then you know. Now they're
Yeah.
working on a new version of
Oh
it.
yeah. Wow. Yeah, King of Cod was crazy. I mean, you start off and it just sits there, and you hear the compressed air, boom, and you just fly
Yeah.
by, and next thing you know,
Yeah, all the way up.
all the way up and spiral down, and then it end. It was like a
Yeah.
10-second ride. You're off like, yeah, that was wow.
that
That's how
sounds fun.
Top Thrill. That's how Top Thrill Dragster is in Cedar Point. You just like it does the lights like you're in a like a race,
Okay.
and it's like da, 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 and it hits the green light, and you just zoom and flying up. You know, see the overview of the lake,
Yep.
and then all the way back down.
Yeah. Devil, what you was gonna say?
Oh no, I just said that sounds fun. I would love to
Oh
ride
yeah,
that.
it was amazing. I don't know if like it was only in New Jersey or if it's at your Great Adventures. I don't know how that goes, but I know they did knock it down. Actually, one of the shows I actually showed the video of them of it collapsing. They showed they knocked it down and like all the dust, and it's like, whoa, I can't believe I rode that thing so many times and now it's gone. It's crazy.
So I'm pulling up the tallest roller coaster, Top Thrill 2, which is the new version of the Top Thrill Dragster one I rode, is number 2 right now.
Okay.
In terms of tallest, fastest, speed rankings, the number 1 is one in Saudi Arabia, number 2 is United Arab Emirates, Top Thrill is number 3. Yeah, I think because the one that you talked about was closed, it's not listing it here anymore.
Damn, man. Yeah, King of Cod.
Yeah. It looks like Cedar Point has a second roller coaster that's also in the top 10 fastest. Millennium Force goes 93 miles per hour. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Man, I think my favorite is the Nitro, because Nitro is so long. It's it was just a cool roller coaster, man, and the ups and downs and turns, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me show you guys this. See, this is why the show never ends, because we just start talking about everything.
Jersey, a final adventure for a roller coaster at Six Flags. The King of Cod has come down. Fans watched as crews imploded the ride in Jackson Township.
The world's once fastest and tallest roller coaster.
Oh my God!
Reduced to a pile of steel.
It was like less than 5 seconds. The whole thing just went It's gone.
King Dakar crashed to the
Look at
ground
that,
this
man.
morning at Six Flags Great Adventure in Jackson Township.
Look at that. Now you were talking about the view, right?
Yeah.
Bro, just look at how tall it is. Look at the trees, how far down they are. That thing was, I mean, you could see I mean, you was going so fast, but and look at the other roller coaster near it. So that's the El Toro, the wooden roller coaster. And look how way taller it is than the El Toro. Wow, man. That thing was a beast. People was terrified to get on that thing. But apparently they're gonna make something bigger and better. So, or I don't know if it'd be better, but bigger. So I'm curious. Yeah. Anyways, all right, guys, let me get out of here. I'm gonna jump on this game with my son. Devil Man, I appreciate you coming on. Again, I know you said I don't have to, but I apologize for the animosity in the beginning. If you ever see any content from me, I'm just joking around. But I appreciate you coming
That's
on.
all good, and I appreciate you having me. You do this every Tuesday, so
Yes, sir. Every Tuesday, 5:30 p.m.
Okay.
Eastern.
Yeah, if you'll have me, I'll love to jump on every now and again. Maybe
It
not
is
every
welcome.
Tuesday, but
Yeah, it's welcome to
I,
everybody. Like today, I did an interview, so I just wanted it to just be him. But normally you'll come on and the link will be pinned to the chat. Look at
okay.
Baker.
Yeah, well, I had a lot of fun
Got
and
some
enjoy
crackers and stuff.
playing Split Fiction, right, with your son.
Yeah.
So
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. And also I love to take other people topics. So, if you got something you could think of that you're just like, you know what, and nobody's talking about this, just write it down. And when you come on next, and you don't even have to jump on, it's up to you, but feel free to be in the comments and just post it. Like, hey, what about this? I will read it and have the panel, cover it and everything. Because
yeah,
I
I
think
might do
sometimes,
that,
like,
but here are days I'm not too interested in too many gaming topics.
I got you. Okay.
I used to be all over it, but nowadays I just don't really
Well,
care.
if you ask these guys,
We'll see.
there was a point where I tried to get rid of the gaming. I got so tired of it and the console wars. It was driving me crazy. And I was like, dude, I'm not covering gaming anymore. So when I moved with
Well, here's the thing: you don't have to worry about console wars anymore. It's over. It's gone. It's done. It's over.
that would be nice.
For better or for worse, it's over. It's over.
That would be nice.
And I
if that
think
was
it's going to be for the worse. In the long term, I think it's going to be for the worse, but we'll see.
Well, I don't think it's over yet because these fanboys won't never let it rot. Let it die.
Nah, it's over.
That's the problem.
They can ride on the embers of the console war, but it's over. It's done.
I think it'll be over when I see a Halo game come on PlayStation. Then I'm gonna be like, all right.
Oh yeah, Halo's coming to PlayStation. Without
I don't think it's ever over.
I don't think so either. It's always because it's always somebody's narrative. Somebody's gonna have something to argue over. That's why. Somebody's gonna say, "Well, Xbox is this," and somebody's gonna respond, "No, PlayStation's this." And
I'll say this: I used to be that guy, not anymore. Like
I love it. I used to be that guy too, brother. Trust me. I used to be that guy, and I'm so happy that I'm out fighting for an imaginary flag. When you say we and us, it's like, oh, I didn't know Sony paid you. I didn't know Xbox paid you.
Well, my view on the console war, and you said earlier, MM2K.
Yes.
So my thoughts align with his in that it's for the console war was for competition and ultimately betterment for the consumer. Those days are gone. The companies have the keys to do whatever the fuck they want, and trust me, in the coming years, they're going to do what they want.
Oh, yeah.
The leash is off. They're going to do whatever. So that's why I say I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Whatever,
Yeah, it's funny because
it's part of the reason I plan on going to PC. PC is the only refuge that I can see that you won't get fucked over completely, and even PC will be affected. So it is what it is.
It's
so,
probably funny because Maker probably smiled a little bit because we both know MM2K very well.
I don't know if you're enemies with him or anything.
And he always has a clear side that he's following.
You know what? I mean, me and him had our good and bad side. We was really cool. Once he started this group, and he literally came to me. The group started with like 5 people. I was one of the group, handpicked, and that was some good times. And then Stadia 100 was our name. Maker, you remember those days?
Yeah.
Oh
And,
yeah.
I
and
watched him in PK before he did the Stadia thing. Then he did the
okay,
Stadia
yeah,
thing. I was like bored of it. I didn't watch it, and then now he's back to making actual content. Now I watch
yeah,
him again.
I
So.
I
yeah.
I I have to say I don't really have like a side. Like I have them all. Like I got an Xbox controller,
Right.
PlayStation,
Wow, you got the 30th
Nintendo.
anniversary, huh?
Yeah, it's this is actually technically for Rudig's. Whenever he finally drops by, or I go see him in Toronto,
Oh wow, that's cool. So
Is
that's cool.
that unopened? Is that unopened?
unopened. It's got
Yeah,
the
Oh
he
yeah,
you
it's
see the
another.
that's gonna be worth something someday, my good
Well, no,
friend.
it's
it's another content creator. He has that for that lives in
yeah.
Canada. So man,
Oh, that's
this community, we're really cool. Like Maker Chaos, I met him in person. The guy he's talking about, Rudig's, Rudig's came from Canada to he came to his wife's family house in Connecticut, and I was like, dude, I'll drive to meet you. So I drove over at 2 and something hours and met him in person. We was the Stadia gang, and we all got really close, man. Like legit,
Oh, yeah.
like people became really cool, And so like I know a lot of people you'll watch and they seem cool, but we really formed like we was enemies. Me and Maker Chaos used to have it out too, but it was at the end of the day it was like we all found our common ground that we love gaming, regardless of you like this and I like this, and we all became
Yeah.
really cool. And so it's cool to see two people that's been talking online for years meet up in person, and I think that's special, man. So, but
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
It was definitely a cool time. I had a lot of fun. Now the roles are reversed. I moved up here and you moved down south, and
Wait, you actually did move?
yeah, I'm in Pittsburgh right now.
I remember you were saying you were going to. I never knew you
Yeah,
did
I'm
move to
here. I'm here
Pittsburgh.
now.
Oh my God. Yeah, Devil, he lived in Georgia too.
oh,
Wow.
where at? I live in
Augusta.
I live in the very north part of Georgia, like only 10 minutes away from Tennessee, where the mountains are.
Blue Ridge area.
Oh, you got it there. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
I like that area up there. Helen.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a
Sounds
beautiful
cool.
area.
I used to go
I
up there
love.
every once in a while.
Yeah, I like living here. I live near a giant lake. I can, if I want to go for a swim, I can just walk down to the lake. It takes
That's
me about
cool,
10
man.
minutes. Yeah.
That's really cool. Maker, how are you liking Philly, man? Well, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice.
Damn, that's a difference from Georgia. That's like, yeah, you're right. I left Jersey to Florida. You left Georgia to Pennsylvania. That's crazy. So you end up moving there. Your buddies? You went to visit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and yeah, it's definitely interesting. A lot more snow.
Okay. Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and they got hit a little. Well, when did you move? What month?
September.
I didn't real. Wow. So I moved in November, and you already had.
Yeah.
Maybe you did tell me, and I forgot. But
I think I did, but yeah, I
yeah.
think you were preoccupied with moving to Florida.
Yeah, my brain was all wow. So yeah, or I keep saying, my wife get mad when I say back home. She's like, we don't live there anymore, but it's still gonna be So, but yeah, this year they got hit, worse than the last couple of years with snow. So you got to witness all of that.
Went snowboarding. Had some fun.
Okay, you make the best of it. That's cool. Damn, and
I
that's cool
tried.
because your job you could do from anywhere, right? Right.
I was going back and forth to
Okay.
like during the holidays. I would go down to Georgia. And,
Yeah. That's cool, man. Listen, it was so cool when I got to meet you, man. And just I'm happy for you. You got to go to Japan and to move like you wanted to. So it's good stuff, man. But anyway, let's get rid of all this mushy stuff. We'll be on all night. Again, Demon. Wow, my nephew uses the hashtag Demon. But Devil, thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. You're welcome anytime, brother. Just pop on in, and we'll love to have you.
Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I might
All
take
right.
you up on that.
Yeah, you got it, man. Pop in anytime you want. I promise you. It's you know, it's just always open. You know. All right. Well, look, I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna close out the show. And see you guys in the next one. Later.
All right.
All right. So, sorry if I think Demon was just saying something, but guys, let me get out of here because I'll be on here forever. I've been saying this for a while now. We already hit 4 minutes, 15 seconds, but you people are nothing less than epic. I'll see you in the next one. Tomorrow is We Wrestle Wednesdays, and Thursday is going to be the return because we did last week. My wife and I will be doing the adult show Dirty Minds, and it's gonna be cool. So I'll see you guys later. And with that being said, and now let me cue it up. Let me see what video I want to end with. I'll do this one. Your mama knows. Oh man,
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy. Oh man. And now your mama knows.
Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon.